And this is a unique meeting. It's the only one here, and it is an appeal. I just wanted to let everybody know so they understand the way that we're going to handle this is that once we start the meeting, and I'll go through the rules and all the other, once we go through the meeting, we will have the staff present the project, then the developer be able to come up as the original applicant to explain the development. Then the appellant will be able, and to the ones that have asked for the appeal, they would come up. Then the citizens, public, both pro and con. Then the applicant or the developer will have the ability to rebut. Then the appellant will have the ability to rebut. So that's the way that it's going to be handled today. We appreciate and understand this is very difficult for everybody or very important for everybody, but decorum is important, ladies and gentlemen, and I would appreciate it. And with the citizens, we're not going to interrupt you when you're speaking, but the vice chair who's keeping the thing and myself, when you hit the 3 minutes, I'm going to go like that if you're watching, which means close, end it, okay? Or finish your thought. So with that, is everybody ready here, my friends? Commission?
Ready.
We're going to call this meeting to order. And please, I'm going to read this. While the board welcomes comments from all persons with an interest in this proceeding, Florida law requires that the board's decision in a quasi-judicial action, which this is, be supported by the competent substantial evidence presented to the board during the hearing on the application. Competent substantial evidence is such evidence as a reasonable mind would accept as adequate support to support a conclusion. There must be a factual basis in the record to support opinion testimony from both expert and non-expert witnesses. That means that the public needs to provide comments that are based, the public, the applicant, the developer, and the staff all need to provide comments that are based on fact and not just opinion in order for testimony, in order for the board to consider it as a basis for a decision. Persons presenting testimony may rely on factual information that they present, that is presented by the county staff, that the applicant presented, or factual information included in the county staff report to support their testimony. All persons who present written material to board for consideration must ensure that copy of such materials is provided to the clerk for inclusion in the board's record of proceedings and official minutes. Has any of the commission received any oral or written communications regarding the quasi-judicial item? If so, please disclose the substance of the communication and identify the person making the communication. This may be submitted a written record of communication. Mr. Chipoff will be providing the procedural instructions, and Mr. Chipoff, I will let you do that now.
Okay, thank you very much. As you mentioned, this is a quasi-judicial hearing.
Mr. Chipoff.
Mr. Chipoff, again, once again,
There you
please.
go.
Sorry
Got
about
to take the
that.
muffler off.
For the record, Paul Chipock, Deputy County Attorney. This is an appeal of the Geneva Ski Lake Development Order number 19-551000016. Two appeals were filed, and at the request of the appellants, the cases will be heard separately but sequentially this evening. The first case will be case number 20-33-000005 by the Geneva Citizens Association. The controlling authority under our Land Development Code is Section 20.12, which provides, and I quote, "The appeal shall state fully the specific grounds for the appeal and all the facts relied upon by the petitioner," which is the appellate. And it also goes on to state that the Board of County Commissioners shall consider only those items specified in the petition. Again, this is an appeal. This is not a de novo hearing on the application. The order of the case will be the staff overview. Then the applicant developer will be given a chance to give an overview of the project. The appellant, Geneva Citizens Association, Inc., will present their case in chief. There'll be public input first from those in favor of the development order, and then those opposing the development order. And then there will be rebuttal by the applicant developer, and then rebuttal by the appellant. Then the public hearing will be closed, and the board will enter discussion and enter a decision. Thereafter, the second case, which is case number 20-33-00006 by Bear Warriors, Inc., will be heard. Again, the controlling authority is Section 20-12 of the Land Development Code. Again, it is an appeal that shall fully state the specific grounds for the appeal and all facts relied upon by the petitioner appellant, and the board shall consider only those items specified in the petition. The order of the hearing will be the same, and then after the public hearing portion, the board will close the public hearing, have discussion, and make a decision on the case. And with that, if there's any questions, if not, I'll turn it over to Dana Lee Pettig of the Planning Department to give the staff report.
Dana Lee will be presenting, as Mr. Chipoff has said, the staff report on the project. Dana Lee?
Good evening, Dana Lee Pettig, Planning and Development Division. This first item is an appeal by the Geneva Citizens Association of the Development Services Director decision to approve the development order for the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision located on the east side of County Road 426. On July 1st, 2020, the preliminary subdivision plan for the Geneva Ski Lake project was approved for 12 residential lots on 113.59 acres zoned A5 rural by the Planning and Zoning Commission in accordance with Chapter 35 subdivision regulations of the Seminole County Land Development Code. The A5 rural zoning classification allows for optional clustering of a subdivision provided that the area not devoted to development shall be preserved through a perpetual open space easement, and the clustering be approved through the platting process and meet the conditions outlined in Section 30.109 of the Land Development Code. These conditions include the recording of a development order with the final plat specifying the open space easement shall be perpetually restricted as open space and may be utilized for active agricultural uses. All platted lots must contain a minimum of 1 acre of buildable land with a lot width of 100 feet, and the overall density will not exceed 1 dwelling unit per 5 net buildable acres. The development order through the optional clustering provisions is only required to burden the land with the open space easement, and the project is otherwise exempt from a development order. However, Section 20.4 allows the Development Services Director to apply a development order to a property when deemed appropriate. Given the unique nature of the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision, Section 20.4 and Section 20.5 were invoked, and a development order was recorded concurrently with the PSP approval. A proposed subdivision typically begins with the pre-application, which is a staff-level review of a concept to provide information on the application processes and other general comments and requirements that may apply to a project. If the subdivision would be permitted under the existing zoning classification and future land use designation, the first formal application to the county would be for the preliminary subdivision plan, or PSP. The PSP is a technical review item that is approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission and is meant to identify and resolve any major issues before proceeding through the rest of the subdivision process. The PSP for Geneva Ski Lake was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission this past July, and the development order for Geneva Ski was recorded shortly after in August. The next step for a subdivision is submittal of the final engineering plans. These are technical site plans that are reviewed by county staff for regulatory compliance with all applicable codes, including any recorded development orders. This is the step the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision is in, and review of final engineering plans is ongoing. Once final engineering plans are reviewed and approved by staff, a pre-construction meeting is held and site construction permits are issued. These permits are what allows a developer to construct roads, drainage, grading, and other site work associated with a development. The final step in the subdivision process is the final plat. The final plat is reviewed by county staff, including the county surveyor, and is approved by the Board of County Commissioners through the consent agenda and is then recorded in land records. The final plat is what formally subdivides the land into tracts and lots, and in the case of Geneva Ski, is when the clustered subdivision and the open space easement will be finalized. The last step for the construction process of a subdivision is issuance of the individual building permits for the homes. The purpose of the recorded Geneva Ski Lake Development Order is to establish the open space criteria as required in Section 30.109, to list additional conditions for homeowners associations, restrictions, and required submittals to the county, and further clarify applicable clustered subdivision and lake excavation requirements of the code. The development must still fully comply with all of the codes and ordinances in effect in Seminole County at the time of permit issuance. The recorded development order does not grant any additional entitlements or privileges to the property not already granted by right by the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. And it does not guarantee or issue the site development or building permits, including for subdivision infrastructure and lake excavation. The lake excavation is being reviewed by Public Works staff as part of the development review process, which is ongoing. Borrow pits may be permitted in any zoning classification, and Section 65.1F exempts excavation in conjunction with the platting of a subdivision from a separate borrow pit permit if approved by the Public Works Director. It has been determined that the lake excavation is an integral part of the subdivision, and this exemption applies. The approval and permitting of the lake excavation are not granted by the recorded development order. However, Condition X lists several conditions related to the lake excavation that must be complied with, in addition to all other applicable code and engineering manual requirements. The petition by the Geneva Citizens Association was submitted to the county and lists several sections of the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code the appellant claims the development order is in violation of. A summary of the claims of the written appeal and the staff analysis of each are listed in the staff report provided as part of the agenda package. The development order associated with the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision is in compliance with all the applicable regulations of the Seminole County Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. Therefore, staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners uphold the Development Services Director decision to approve the development order for the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision located on the east side of County Road 426. However, if the desire of the board is to approve a revised and restated development order, staff has provided additional conditions for consideration. These additional conditions were distributed to the board via memo on Friday, December 4th. That concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana Lee. Are there any questions of the commissioners of Dana Lee or any other member of staff at this time? We withhold the right to ask you back.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I want to submit my ex parte in written format. I know we don't have a clerk present, but I will put them in the clerk's bin and make sure that you get them at the end of the meeting from all the commission.
And I think that all of us are going to be doing that at one point or another.
Mr. Chairman, if we could
Yes.
just get that out of the way, I'd greatly appreciate
Sure.
it.
Let's
Mr.
go.
Chairman, I'd like to submit my ex parte communication. It includes emails, that's either from staff or from citizens. I have about 80-plus emails from citizens that were in opposition. I also have meeting times that I met with both staff and citizens, and also some phone calls as of 2:30 this afternoon. That's when I stopped putting this list together. And I got about 12 in from citizens that were in opposition as well.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and submit my ex parte as well. It includes emails, here, there you go. Emails, phone calls with staff, the applicant, citizens, St. Johns River Water Management District staff, meetings with our staff, the applicants, and the landowners' representatives, because they're not the applicants, but they're the respondents.
Mr. Chairman, I'll also submit my ex parte, which does also include emails from those that are opposed. It includes a list of meetings and correspondence related, including the applicant, staff, and one of the appellants.
Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if I may.
Yes. Go ahead, let's get this out of the way. Go ahead, everyone.
During the political process of running for election, we all become members of different organizations. I have in the past become a member of the Geneva Citizens Group. I don't know if my member is still active. I've not really been an active member, but I have paid dues at some point.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to tell you that I am a member of the Geneva Citizens Association. I believe I am a paying dues member, and I get their newsletter for approximately 20 years.
Thank you. And I think we've all taken care of the ex parte communications. Mine is being delivered and brought down, so I will have mine also put down, and I've done this as of about 2:30 also today, was the last one that I received. With that, if we're through with those proceedings, I would ask the applicant attorney, Mr. Barfield, and anyone else that he has for this presentation to come down and present their project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. As you mentioned, I represent the applicant. The project is approximately 117 acres. You will see we are adding, as the staff, as Ms. Danley said, we are adding 12 lots. In reality, we're adding 11. One home is already on the property and is remaining on the property. The lake is being excavated. You'll see it's a very long, narrow lake. It's primarily being excavated as a water amenity to attract the type of clientele and builders that we want to see in that particular location. The lake is primarily designed for a slalom course, which is a series of buoys and a line, or offset to some extent, and there's typically 1 or 2 jumps associated with it as well. That type of a lake is not inducive to a lot of boat traffic. It's typically 1 boat at a time, and it would be exclusively for the use of the 12 residents within that community. This is an example of a ski lake community that's located in Lake County. It's in the agricultural area outside of Groveland in Lake County. You'll see it's very similar to what we're doing, long and narrow with a couple of wide spots in it. And you'll even notice that there's a single boat on this lake in the very end of the project. Houses in this particular situation will abut the lake. Our houses will be across the street, but each house will be able to have a boat dock, which is also a permitted use within the A5 zoning. Staff is correct. They did ask for several things to be included in the development order. The only thing that was required of the development order was that it address open space. But staff took it a step further and wanted to ensure that we were being responsive to the land, not only the land use code, but also the future land use plan. Subsection K requires us to comply with the scenic corridor overlay zoning district, which is contemplated by Chapter 30 of the Land Development Code. The development has to comply with the optional cluster provisions of Section 30.109, and the development has to comply with the Geneva Freshwater Lens Bubble Protection provisions contained in the plan, in the comprehensive plan. They also imposed conditions for the lake excavation, which was primarily to preserve the peace of the community. They imposed hours of operation. They required a turn lane. Appropriate warnings are required. We must provide maintenance of the traffic. We also have to provide an adequate bond, which is contemplated by the chapter, I believe it's 65 of your code. That bond is to pay for any damage that's done to the roadways, any adjacent property, including any adjacent wells. We're providing a separate bond as well, because we've heard in the past that all the developer wants to do is build the lake and not build the houses. This is a single-phase development. We're providing a payment or a performance bond of 110% of the cost of the entire infrastructure, including the lake, at the time of platting to ensure that this development is completed. Staff pointed out that they provided some additional conditions to the commission last Friday that the commission may want to consider. We've reviewed those. In most part, those types of conditions would be the types of things that would come up during engineering, and such as the staff suggests that we pay for the county's geotechnical engineer to oversee our work. We're fine with that, most of those conditions. There's one condition we have a problem with that staff provided. That is condition number 3. In that particular condition, what it says is staff wants a third bond, or suggests a third bond, that is 110% of the cost to construct the lake, which will be in place for 5 years or until 75% of the home or the lots are sold. And that bond is to secure that the lake functions. This lake is going to be filled with groundwater. We all know that groundwater fluctuates. I'm not going to tell the commission that there's never been droughts and there's never been lakes that have become so low that they're not passable, but those are transitory periods and not the norm. We know historically that the groundwater is high in Geneva. This lake depth, the depth of water is going to be about 10 feet. We feel confident that there's not going to be a problem. However, the bond doesn't solve the problem that staff is suggesting that it may. If the lake doesn't function, the only reason it doesn't function is because the groundwater recedes. Well, if the groundwater recedes, there's 2 ways to fix it. One is to punch a well, which I don't think the citizens here are going to want us to do. The second way is to dig it deeper, which I know they're not going to want us to do. So we don't see that as a viable mechanism, and there's really nothing a developer can't insure against a natural phenomenon. With that, I'm going to take a break. We will have Mr. Devo Siraham later in the rebuttal, and I'll come back and talk specifically about the individual elements of each appeal. Thank you.
Mr. Barfield, hold on one second. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Barfield? Yes, Mr. Zimbauer, Commissioner Zimbauer.
Yes, I do, Mr. Barfield. So question on the statement about the bond at 110% to cover the cost of the infrastructure, including the construction of the lake, associated landscaping. I think you're referring to staff proposed number 1.
Well, this is actually already in the development order.
I'm not talking about the one that ensures the roads, the adjoining wells and so forth. I'm referring to the second one.
Yes.
Okay? So can you elaborate a little bit on that to make sure that we understand as well as the public understands? You mentioned 110% of the cost to build the project.
That's correct.
Okay?
Whenever we plat a property, the legal description for the lots are created, and then we're able to sell those lots off, and it potentially would be possible to sell those lots off without the improvements being improved. We've all seen old subdivisions in Florida back in the 40s and 50s where lots were sold and they were completely landlocked. In fact, you can go to Deltona and there are platted subdivisions up there and lots being traded, and there's no streets or infrastructure to those lots. That's right off of 472, next to where the Halifax Hospital is. There's probably 500 lots, paper lots in there that aren't platted. The county requires that when we plat, we have to provide a bond of 110% of the cost to develop the community. That includes all the infrastructure, that includes the lake, any landscaping, any amenities in the subdivision that is approved, walls, anything of that nature that is part of our development permit, we have to bond off, and we have to bond it off with either cash or a surety bond. And the purpose of that is if we were to walk away from this project, county would be able to execute on that bond and finish the project themselves.
Okay. And a second question, when you refer to item number, I think it was number 3, which you refer to of the 5-year, the functionality of the lake, et cetera, have you arrived, has your engineering firm arrived at any kind of assurance that this will actually fill with water?
Yes, and we know what the groundwater level is out there, or the groundwater level is out there. We've done tons of borings out there, and there's more borings to be done and will be addressed during the engineering process, but Devo CRM will address that later.
Okay, then I'll wait for that individual.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions of the applicant's attorney? Seeing none, we will go to the appellant, the Geneva Citizens Association. They have, their presentation will start with, I think, Mr. Creedon, followed by Ms. Harmon, followed by Mr. Baer.
Some binders for commissioners who would like to follow along. We have 3, and we'll also be projecting it up there. So everybody who would like one of these paper binders.
Sure.
I would.
Thank you.
Or David Bear, ACAR.
And maybe, I'm sure everybody else would probably like one, correct?
We would.
I also emailed the PDF, the link to the kind of binder. that-
I have the email
Sure.
already here.
All of
Okay.
them electronically also.
Yeah.
Is that this?
Some of it,
I'll take it.
That's some but not all?
the document.
Okay.
Yeah, the PDF that I emailed.
Right.
is the entire document.
Does,
Follow that way.
does anybody else need?
Do you want one?
I've got it. Okay, yes, thank you. All right, Mr. Creedon, please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners, my name is Richard Creedon. I am the Vice President of the Geneva Citizens Association and live at 1172 Apache Drive, Geneva. After my opening comments, Nancy Harmon and David Baer will address the wheres and whys, how the development order was incorrectly approved. Why did we file this appeal, which requires us to be here tonight? Seminole County staff could have avoided this proceeding if they had done 2 simple and logical things. Number 1, required in the development order that a Seminole County borrow pit permit be required for the huge 30-plus acre dirt mine. The ski lake designation is just a too cute way of trying to cloak the inner Trojan horse of the borrow pit, which is being foisted on our rural community. Number 2, used and abided by the commonly accepted definition of conserved open space that is clearly expressed in the rural cluster subdivision provisions of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. Unfortunately, the staff has stubbornly refused these common sense provisions. Can you foresee the mayhem that this development order could cause in the future if not reversed? It is not pretty or rural preservation in any shape or form. Because of precedent setting, Geneva could one day be known as the land of 10,000 abandoned borrow pits, to paraphrase the motto of the great state of Minnesota. To add insult to injury, the proposed lake will probably not hold water naturally because its surface elevation is about 15 feet higher than Lake Moran and the wetlands that are only several hundred feet to the east. We all know that water will seek its own level, and in this case, that is the lower level of the wetlands. What would exist would be a deep, ugly hole that would have some water in wet seasons and little or no water in dry seasons. Hardly a good venue to attempt to have power boats towing water skiers. The Land Development Code and Comp Plan are not a serve-yourself buffet where you can choose what items to eat and what can avoid what you do not like. Rather, consider it to be a sit-down dinner where you're expected to eat the entire meal placed before you. Nancy, do we have that? Yes, section 65 is up there. I will give you just one example and leave the rest for my colleagues to present. Land Development Code Section 65G states that a borrow pit permit will not be required for any other lawful use similar to those listed above where, and these are the important words, where the excavated material is not removed from the boundaries of the tract where the excavation is taking place, with the approval of the Development Review Manager or Public Works Director or both. Exactly who gave the staff the authority to effectively strike out the words, quote, where the excavated material is not removed from the boundaries of the tract where the excavation is taking place? Their revised and preferred language must say that, quote, for any other lawful use similar to those listed above with the approval of the Development Review Manager or Public Works Director or both. How convenient. This kind of selective editing and omission by the planning staff is rife throughout their attempted justification of the totally defective development order. Since the opening paragraph of Chapter 60, Section 65 also says that, quote, operations removing more than 10,000 cubic yards shall require a public hearing and BCC approval, unquote. It is therefore beyond preposterous that an excavation proposing to remove more than 400,000 cubic yards, that's 40 times the amount specified in Section 65, away from the boundaries of the tract would not require a borrow pit permit. If you allow this project to go forward without requiring a Seminole County borrow pit permit, this will just be the first of many similar applications filed using the cluster subdivision provisions in our governing documents. Since cluster subdivisions do not require a zoning change, they totally escape BCC scrutiny and are approved under the consent agenda. You would effectively be cut out of any decision-making process and require citizens to file many more of these appeals. Is this what you want? We surely hope not, for the sanity of us all. Why is the planning staff going through such tortured reasoning to get this ill-conceived project approved? They have forgotten that they work for us, the residents and taxpayers who pay their salaries, not the developers for whom self-interest and profits are paramount. If this project fails because of poor engineering, or rather, when it fails, and Seminole County again conveniently allows the performance bond to expire, as happened with Mr. Viegel's State Road 46 borrow pit during the early 1990s, we will again be left holding the bag. What else is new? The staff that perpetuated this hoax on the commissioners and the citizens of this county will by then be retired or move on to greener pastures that have been prepared for their reward. Please listen carefully to our presentations. We are not objecting to this development order based on opinions or wish lists. Rather, we are presenting the facts, while the staff insists on presenting opinions or creating their own alternate universe of what is fact and what is truth. Which is more believable? You must make that decision. The Land Development Code are the de facto, and the Comprehensive Plan are the de facto constitutions of our county. Those that ignore or misconstrue them with intent to deceive are wolves in sheep's clothing. Believe them at your peril. Our next presenter will be Nancy Harmon, and she will be coming up now. Nancy?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Richard. Good evening. Nancy Harmon. Do I need to give you my address, 752 Pioneer Way, Geneva, Florida? I did. Okay,
Nancy, you
can
need
pull-
to repeat your address. She
Okay.
can't,
And
he
you can
can't
pull the
hear you.
mic down, Nancy, if closer
is
if you
that
need
better?
to.
Yes.
Better? Okay. All right, 752 Pioneer Way in Geneva, Florida. Okay. Okay, I'm going to be covering Section 30109 of the Seminole County Land Development Code and why we believe that it is not in compliance with, this project is not in compliance with that code. Specifically, I want to also, where's my mask? I got to play with this mask. So what I want to point out, though, is the development order does state that many times it is consistent. It also states that the application is consistent. It goes on to require that, or state that the permitted uses are excavation for land, for lake creation. When we go over to chapter, or section, 109 of the Land Development Code, I can find it here. It clearly states in that code that, and, well, let me go back. On the comprehensive plan, the comprehensive plan lays out the purposes for a cluster subdivision. And that purpose is to ensure that land is developed, or land is maintained in a conservation open easement, or it is maintained in an open easement that is documented to ensure that property is never developed in the future. There is statement within that clause, within that chapter, which would be 30100 or 101. If you go into chapter or section 3111, which speaks to open space. I'll wait for you to get there because I got to find mine so I can speak to it. Here it is. Okay. Well, let me just go on. In 3111, it allows for if something should change in the environment, the economy, or things of such, the owner of the property could come back to the board and request that that property be taken out of the open easement because it's no longer compatible with the requirements. Say for instance, that area is changed. Let's say we had a zoning change or a future land development change, and now that land could be developed. At that point, the owner of the property could come back and ask that open easement be removed. That's what I read from 3111, okay? But let's go back over to 3109. 3109 states that the purpose of a cluster subdivision is to preserve open spaces, preserve spaces in the rural residential area, preserve natural amenity areas, and enhance the rural character of the area. That statement comes from the comp plan. This project doesn't enhance the rural character of the area. And it doesn't because it destroys the neighboring areas by not allowing them to have the quiet and the landscaping that they're familiar with. It affects them from the standpoint as when they look out their backyard, they will either see skiing or they will hear it, but their quality of life is not enhanced. The rural character of the area is not enhanced because ski lakes do not make rural property from which you can graze your animals or riding stables or things of that nature. The other thing about this is that the rural cluster subdivision standard has been set up to preserve the agricultural land that is presented there on that acreage. So of that 113 or 117 acres, that is rural land, and the goal is that that land and agricultural land, and the goal is that land would be preserved, that if any time somebody chose to utilize that land for farming, agriculture that would be related to, like, say, hemp, silviculture, cattle raising, that land would be available. With this plan, the way it is, that land is gone. So that destroys the concept of what the cluster subdivision requirements were set forth in the comprehension plan. You can look at the rural character plan, which is 20006. It completely lays out the intent of what a cluster subdivision is meant for. There's pictures in there that show houses with completely open space, with trees, with places where you can walk, you can hike, but it's not built, it's not developed, and that's the purpose of the cluster subdivision, is that only the place that's built is where the lots are. So if you go farther into 109A, it specifically states that. It says the application to plat the property shall include a specific development plan for the entire site, which includes both specific locations of lots on site and that identifies all remaining space not platted as a lot. That means of the 12 acres, everything that's not platted as one of those acres, or those lots, is to remain an open space, according to the Land Development Code. It also says that this, when platted, this open space will be put into the development order, the final development order, along with the final platting document. If you go and you look at D of this section, it says in the 5A zoning district, the overall net density of the project, including the land contained in the open space easement, shall not exceed 1 dwelling per 5 acres of net buildable land. What that means is because this is a 5-acre property, or 5-acre A5 or R5, and we're allowing it to be set down to be a 1 home per acre minimum, the balance of the land that would have normally been utilized in your 5-acre plot by a 5-acre standard is then turned into the open space. It's not turned over to be developed. It's to remain undeveloped as the remaining balance of the acreage that would have made up the 12 acres if you had 1 house per 5 acres. That's the whole purpose of the cluster subdivision, is to ensure that the land that was set aside to be 1 home with 5 acres is not completely destroyed by a bunch of houses or development. It's made up so that the land is preserved. So if we go to the open space easement, which is 3111, in that document, which is supposed to be created and submitted as part of the development order, according to what I've read, or at least at the time of the final plat, it states that the grantor, which is the owner of the property, gives to the grantee, which is Seminole County, Florida, the ownership, in a way, of this land. Seminole County would then take and have the responsibility to ensure that they never build on it, that it is maintained in the condition that it was meant to be maintained in. On this doesn't have numbers because it's a form, but this goes on to state that once this property has, or as a part of this agreement, the grantor agrees that without getting any prior consent from the Seminole County, they shall not do the following on the protected property. Now remind yourselves, this is supposed to be part of the preliminary documents for this project, okay? So in the preliminary plan, site plan for this project, they should already be laying out this open easement requirement that sets forth this land to be set aside for preservation, not development. That didn't happen. This process went through allowing that land to be turned into a ski lake. That is not in compliance with this code. If you go further to read, it states that the grantor agrees that they will not excavate, dredge, mine, change the topography of the protected land or its present condition in any manner except as may be required for agricultural uses expressly reserved by the grantor. If you go on to read the next paragraph, it says, they will not cut trees or other agricultural vegetation except if it's determined that it is to prevent imminent hazard, disease or fire, or restore natural habitat or native vegetation. Paragraph H states that it will not permit or allow operations of dune buggies, motorcycles, all-terrain vehicles, or any other type of motorized vehicle on the protected property. This is all what is supposed to be in the open easement document. And it's there because it's to protect that open space that is the residual left over from the 5-acre plots that have been now allowed to have 1-acre residences. So in the case here, so if we have 1 acre, it's 5 acres, we take an acre out of it to put a resident, the balance 4 goes into open space. So no matter how many lots that you have that are 5 acre, every time you say, I'm going to make a 1 acre or a 2 acre, whatever's the residual from that goes into open space, and it cannot be developed. That's what your code says. The development order states in N, paragraph N, that all remaining areas not platted as a ski lake, right-of-way, or single-family lot will be dedicated to open space on the final plat. That's wrong. That's what we're alleging is incorrect. That is not compliant with 3109. The other aspect is when you look at your future land use, your section 11, or your 11.4, I believe it's issue 1118 and 1120, they all talk about cluster subdivisions and the purpose of ensuring that the land is maintained in a preservation state of natural amenities. So as I said, our issue with this is that it is not compliant with the comprehensive plan or the land development code. Now, also, the development order states that they will allow any other permitted use in the 5A classifications per Section 102 Seminole County Land Development Code. So let's go there. When you look at that section, there's nothing in there that says anything about a recreation area that is active. What it states is that you can have a publicly or privately owned passive parks. Nothing in here allows them to develop a ski lake. Nothing in here allows them to dig. Nothing. Additionally, if you go back to the comp plan, when you're talking about rural areas, it specifically states that if you want to dig a burrow pit, which this is a burrow pit, you can call it whatever you want, but you got to dig out the dirt, which is a burrow, okay? It says you have to have a special exemption by the Board of Adjusters to have that, to be allowed that use. So this doesn't comply as well. Section 103 does not comply. It does not allow them to develop the land and build a ski lake. So I'm finished. If you have any questions.
I'm going to wait until all the applicants have had time, all the appellants have had the
Okay.
time to speak, then I will allow for questions.
That's fine.
Mr. Baer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Thank you for giving us all this opportunity to have this development order reviewed, and for doing it in the evening, making that accommodation for us and everybody that wants to be here. I know that's not necessarily the norm, and you went out of the way to make that happen, so thank you very much. I am primarily going to focus on...
David, name and address for the
Sure,
record.
all right. My name is David Baer, B-E-A-R. My residence is 921 Tuscaloosa Trail. Sorry, not used to saying that at the beginning of a oral argument. But anyway, so I'm primarily going to review the legal issues in the development order and why we believe they were issued not in compliance with the Seminole County Development Code, because that's the issue that is in front of you guys. You guys are here in a quasi-judicial capacity to review whether the development order was issued properly or not. And that's the discrete issue. That said, there's a couple things that were brought up that I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on them. So the applicant mentioned that his purported lake would be a slalom or a jump lake. This is something that we looked into, because ski lakes are generally, it certainly is a reality that people build man-made ski lakes around the country. And so this isn't the first time that's happened. And so you can look and see, okay, when people build man-made ski lakes, what do they look like? And why are we asking that? You guys aren't judged with deciding, is this project going to be profitable or not? But you guys are judged with viewing the application and seeing, is this a genuine application or is it a sham application? If what they're trying to do is not actually a ski lake, like they claim that they're going to do, then this is a sham. It's a disguise. You guys don't have to take something at face value just because an applicant says it. So how long is this pit going to be? Well, if it were to fill up to the top and you use their measurements, it would be approximately 1,850 feet. So this map of theirs actually doesn't contain all the data. It contains, there we go. There's a data point right there. This does not have data for the length. That does, and that does. Or sorry, this does not. So what I did is I pulled up this other topographical survey and filled in the blanks. So when you fill in the blanks, again, with their own data, it's 1,850 feet, filled to the top. We'll get to it in a moment. While that's not a reality, it's not ever going to be anywhere near filled to the top, but let's just assume that to be the case. An 1,850-foot, possibly lake. Is that plausible, for a ski lake? It's not. So if you do some research on artificial ski lakes that people build, this is an article, a very thorough one, on just that subject, published in 2019 in Water Sports Magazine, I believe. And so this article says here on page 2 that a artificial lake that you're building should be at least 2,200 feet if it's a 3-event lake. So when people build these artificial ski lakes, it's not because somebody wants to have a ski lake in their backyard and that's it. It's because they want to have events there normally. It's not economical to build your own lake. People want to have events. But what I didn't know was what type of event they were purportedly going to do there until a few moments ago. And so they told us that they are looking to do slalom and jumps on this lake. Well, this article talks about the different types of lakes and how big those different types of lakes would need to be. And so a slalom lake right here. So this says a slalom lake needs to be 1,600 feet of usable space and then 375 feet of additional space. So a true slalom lake would need to be at a minimum length of 1,975 feet. Significantly more than what we have here. That's the minimum. They also said that they were interested in doing that this would be a jump lake. It was sort of described as like a secondary interest in it being a jump lake. Well, you see in a paragraph beneath there where they talk about how big a jump lake needs to be. And there's actually a typo in it. It says 2,00, but obviously what they're saying here is a jump lake needs to be 2,000 feet in length, minimum. So I think everybody already had all the reason they needed in the world to know this was not actually intended to be a lake. But there's some more to make it abundantly clear using their own measurements. Now, before I get into the legal stuff, I also mentioned that this lake would never fill up. And how do we know that? You mentioned before, this is not a forum for opinions, and you shouldn't take my opinion. I'm not a geologist. But we do have some people that are. And so I asked 2 geologists to look at this. The first one is a gentleman named David Wilshaw, who's a very prominent geologist in the area. And he reviewed all the borings that were done, all 4 of the SPT borings that were done in the lake area, very small number, as well as all the other geotechnical data. And his opinions included that the geotechnical data that was collected was woefully insufficient to allow any sort of deduction like the applicants are trying to do. 4 SPT borings across this purported lake site is nowhere near enough to fill in the blanks. That is especially the case for a site like this that's not flat, it's sloped. And so what you're evaluating when you're looking at these sorts of geotechnical issues is there a sufficiently confining clay layer underneath what's been dug out? And with 4 SPT borings, you don't have enough data to fill in those blanks. Again, it's written in his report. You don't take my word for it. The other thing he said you would need to do to be confident of that is you'd have to do this electrical testing, where you'd have to, where are we at? The electrical resistivity survey over the entire area. And so you would have to do that in combination with additional SPT borings to have any sort of degree of confidence that after the 35 feet of dirt is dug out over this area, that the water would not be rushing down to the Geneva lens without being properly filtered. So that's the core of what Mr. Wilshaw provided in his opinion. We had another geologist evaluate this. And by the way, both these geologists, they weren't paid anything to provide an opinion. We're not a party that's paying experts to support our application. These are individuals who volunteered their time to provide an opinion in the good of the community. The next individual who provided an opinion is Dr. Sam Upchurch. Dr. Upchurch is the former chair of the University of South Florida Geology Department. Dr. Upchurch reviewed more of, is the water actually going to stay in the lake, which was touched on before. And his opinion was abundantly no. And there's very good and commonsensical reasons for that. Dr. Upchurch stated in paragraph 2 of the report, which again is up there, the engineering report does not adequately address seasonal low waters of the superficial aquifer. I expect that, given the close proximity of the site to the eastern slope of the Geneva Hill, water levels in the superficial aquifer should vary significantly.
Sorry, sir, could you slow down please while you're reading?
Sure, I'm sorry. You want me to go back and read the last sentence? I expect that, given the close proximity of the site to the eastern slope of the Geneva Hill, water levels in the superficial aquifer should vary significantly. If this is the case, the lake may vary from a pool to a puddle. Hardly a permanent ski lake. His next paragraph reads, the U.S. Geological Survey topographical map does not show any lakes on the crest of the Geneva Hill, which is where this pit will be. That last sentence was mine, not his. He goes on to say, they are all at the base of the slope of the Geneva Hill. Lake Moran is an example. There are several deep sinkholes on the crest of the hill, and all appear dry or, at best, seasonally wet. This tells me that the lake may not contain water or may not extend to the superficial aquifer water table during dry periods. So what he's describing is this land is very high, which is exactly why they're doing what they're trying to do, because there's a significant amount of sand there. But because it's so high compared to what's next to it, if you dig out 25 feet of dirt, that water is just going to run through the sand to the lower area, which is Lake Moran and the other areas around there. Not going to hold water. I won't read everything here because it's written, and I don't want to bore you and move on to the legal stuff, but I do want to read just one more. So paragraph 4, water table elevations from 2019 show a 10-foot drop in elevation from west to east across the footprint of the pond, according to the engineering report. This shows that the superficial aquifer is draining eastward, to the nearby slope of Geneva Hill. It is this slope that tells me that the water table should fluctuate considerably seasonally near the slope of the Geneva Hill. If left to passive water management, the lake levels will likely vary and may not ever rise to a feature that would make the proposed house sites marketable. And then one final 2 paragraph down, he says, the lake will also lower the superficial aquifer water level to the west, potentially off-site. As such, there may be an adverse effect to existing owners to the west. See my suggested modeling needs in item 7 to address this issue. So not only is he making it clear that this is not a lake, it's a pit, it's going to be a puddle, but it's also going to affect, the adjacent lands, negatively. So it wasn't really my intent to go into all that stuff, but I think it's important for the 5 of you to understand why some of the legal issues I'm going to go into are so particularly important. Because most of those legal issues involve why you guys are charged with making the decision on an application like this, not staff. Because it's the commissioners who are elected by the citizens to exercise their judgment and wisdom as to whether these sorts of consequences are something that we want to do. That's a commissioner decision, not a staff decision. Not just that's a good idea for a commissioner decision, that's what the code says it is a commissioner decision. So going into the law stuff a little bit, back up there so we can all be on the same page. Okay. I just want to touch on sort of the overview first before getting into, the real meat of the issues. So a motion to grant the appeal, which is what we've made, must be made and approved by the commissioners when it's evident that the development order was issued in conflict with the county land development code. That's what we allege, that the development order was issued in conflict with at least 2 areas of land development code. Why is it that it must be that the appeal must be granted in that situation? Because of Florida Statute 163-3194, which says that a development order is an order that must be in compliance with the county development code. If the development order is not in compliance, there's a whole host of case law that says that's the point in time where it can be challenged, and if that challenge is not granted, then that's when the issue gets appealed to the circuit court. Because that is, the development order by law is permission to move forward in the process, signing off on everything and moving it a step forward. And that's why the case law and the statute says that's when you should appeal it. That's exactly when we did appeal it. So this development order was issued in violation of Section 5.7, the entirety of Chapter 65, and also we'll get into later 30.109. Section 5.7 and Chapter 65 deal with borrow pit issues. Section 5.7 reads, a borrow pit permit is required for any operation which entails the excavation or removal of earth in excess of 20 yards from one parcel of property to another parcel of property. By all accounts, that's what's happening here. The developer has admitted over and over, including in P&Z, that they are taking this dirt somewhere else. This is not dirt to be used on the property. They're going to sell it for quite a profit. Chapter 65 sets forth a whole host of procedural and substantive requirements in order to get a borrow pit permit. The idea of having special procedures for a borrow pit is not something that GSA dreamed up of today. In 1992, when they wrote that chapter, they came up with, I believe it's 8 different sections of procedures and substances that have to be followed. There are not that many sections in the Seminole County Code that are as extensive as this. Why do they pay so much attention to that? Because they knew that a borrow pit is a pretty significant decision. The commissioners might want to allow it, and so they didn't say you can't have a borrow pit, but they said if you want to have a borrow pit, There's lots of stuff that we're going to put in there as procedural assurances of substantively good outcomes, as well as substantive protections. So, for example, we'll go into the procedures more, but the application has to contain lots of specific things. The application has to be heard by the commissioners, at least if it's more than 10,000 cubic yards, not staff, commissioners. The application has to have all sorts of requirements, bonds, information provided ahead of time. The applicant, as well as the property owner, have to provide indemnity, for various bad outcomes. These are all within Chapter 65, and why it's so important to follow it, which hasn't even begun to be followed. Chapter 65 does, you're all aware, contain 7 exceptions within 65.1 for projects that dig up dirt and do not need a borrow pit permit. This project does not meet any of those exceptions, which we'll address why not later. Additionally, the development order, which was issued, does not comply with Seminole County Development Code 30.109. The development order is for a cluster zone in the R5. And clustering, I guess it's an opinion, clustering is not bad. Clustering is good. Why is clustering good? Clustering is good because in exchange for the clustering, the community gets open space. Open space is land that's not developed. So without clustering, without open space, the homes are spread across the entirety of the property. And in exchange, why the developer would want to do that? Because that's expensive. And so clustering gives the developer something. It gives the developer the ability to cluster the homes up in one corner. And then it gives the community something back. It gives them open space. This development order is in violation of 30.109 because it does not contain any open space. What they're calling open space is the borrow pit. And a borrow pit does not meet the definition, at least in R5, of open space. It could potentially be open space in other areas, which if you look back at the history of how this development order came to be, it seemed that maybe certain people were confused between the difference between open space not in R5, such as in planned developments, and open space in R5. But open space in R5 is distinctly different by statute than elsewhere. And open space on R5 is not satisfied by a borrow pit. So therefore, yeah, the developer gets his side of that clustering equation. He gets to group all the properties together. But the community does not get their side of the equation. They don't get the valuable open space for them and for the environment to enjoy, or to be used in the future by other agricultural uses. So since the development order was not issued in compliance with the Seminole County Development Code, the appeal must be granted. This is not an issue where we are saying, commissioners, if you were sitting over this de novo, we think you should deny it because it's a bad idea. What we hope to is have a hearing like that in the future. What we're here saying is that you must grant the appeal because the appeal is showing you that the development order was not issued in compliance with the Seminole County Development Code. And when that's the case, in your quasi-judicial capacity, you're required here to strike it down, to grant the appeal. So I wanted to go through some of those more substantive issues. I also am very happy to take questions because there's lots of issues here, and there's probably issues that left to my own devices I'll go into, which you guys don't need me to go into.
David, we're going to let the commission ask questions, but you finish your presentation.
Happy
Please.
to. Just wanted to put that out there if you guys wanted that. So
I'm taking notes. It's all good, I won't forget.
very good. Within the packet that I've given to you, I had this bullet point outline, and then I also have a more detailed memo. And I'm not going to stand up here and read the whole detailed memo. You guys can. You have a copy of it. But I did want to touch on some of those issues. So I mentioned how Chapter 65 is important, and I sort of said it in broad, sort of conceptual ideas. But I wanted to give you put some meat on those bones, so to say. So 65 was put into place, like I said, in 92, so that commissioners can exercise their judgment. Well, what are some of those procedural and substantive requirements. Again, in a sense, that might not seem particularly important, but I think it is because it illustrates the role that the commission is supposed to be taking. The commission is supposed to have the opportunity to take and not have their legs cut out from underneath them before they can take that opportunity. 65.2 says that an application has to contain all sorts of important information that is important to know so that you guys can decide, is it a good idea? The application has to contain the amount of dirt being removed, the trucks that are removing the dirt, the truck route, soil evaluations, including a boring every 2.5 acres of the pit. We heard that there are 4 borings, and they claim that they're going to do more borings later. That's too late. You need to provide the commissioners that information up front, which is why 65.2 says they have to give it to you before the hearing, not promise to do it later. That's not sufficient, that's not acceptable. With the application, they also have to provide a survey and topographical map of surrounding wells and water within 1,000 feet. Why? Because what they're doing here might affect neighbors' wells. And I think I heard that they might post a bond to insure against that. I guess that's good, but it's not supposed to happen. It's not good enough to say, oh, well, if it happens, we might financially contribute to it or something. The code says you guys are supposed to judge whether this whole process should go through, whether the neighbors have to risk that outcome or not. They have to identify where all the trucks are going to refuel it. And this one I thought was particularly important. Before the hearing, they have to provide everybody with a copy of the St. Johns River Water Management District permit or letter of exemption. They didn't do that. Why not? They don't have one yet. Not only have they not provided it, they don't even have it. What else does this tell us? This tells us that if all that was needed was a St. John's Water Management permit, Chapter 65 would be a lot shorter. Chapter 65 would just say, if they have a St. John's Water Management permit, approve it. The existence of a permit is a floor, not a ceiling. They have to have that before they can even try to convince you guys it's a good idea. Sometimes within and between government agencies, there's a tendency to say, well, we'll just pass it on here because those other people are going to double check it. And I want to caution you guys not to fall into that trap where you might say, well, maybe this project will be damaging to groundwater supply, but St. John's, we'll figure that out. They're a floor, not a ceiling. They have to approve first, and then you guys decide, as a higher threshold level, is it good enough? So 65.2 has all these substantive procedures not complied with. That's a problem. 65.6 is also an incredibly important section. So 65.6 in conjunction with 65.7 is what outlines that the commissioners are the ones to judge this borrow pit permit application, which should be in front of us rather than this appeal. Within the code, within those 2 sections, it says it is the commissioner's responsibility to do that. And in doing so, you guys aren't just signing off as some procedural mechanism. It outlines specific factors that you can consider. Did staff consider these factors? I don't know. They didn't tell us, but even if they did, no, it's not an offensive statement. They're staff. They're not elected commissioners. You guys are elected to have the judgment to determine whether this project and the impact that it'll have on effects of sanitary storm and other drainage systems. Something you're supposed to be able to consider. You're also supposed to be able to consider the impact it'll have on damage to public streets or roads. You're also supposed to be able to evaluate the impact it'll have on traffic and traffic hazards. And here we get to sort of the more ecological things. In evaluating whether this is a good idea or not, you're supposed to be able to evaluate the effect of the project on the public health, safety, comfort, good order, appearance, prosperity, and general welfare. Pretty broad terms for you guys to exercise your discretion and determine if this is a good idea or not, all of which staff has told you guys can't do, you're cut out. 65.6 also says you guys are supposed to be able to evaluate any adverse impacts upon the environment. Are there going to be adverse impacts in the environment from this? I don't think you have to have a biology degree to know that. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't approve this if they go through Chapter 65, but what it does mean is you guys get to consider that. Also supposed to consider any adverse impacts it has on groundwater conditions. Will it have adverse impacts on groundwater conditions? Geologist David Wilshaw said that he believes it certainly could. At the very least, they haven't done a sufficient evaluation to determine that it did not. And finally, you guys are supposed to be able to evaluate any adverse impacts upon surface waters. Will it have adverse impacts upon surface waters? Something. And again, that's for you guys to evaluate, not for it to be cut out from underneath you before you have that chance. So these procedural and substantive requirements were put into place exactly to guard against the very thing the applicant is trying to do here. It's sort of amazing to think about it. You know, by all accounts, the characteristics of this project are the exact same characteristics of a borrow pit project, of a borrow pit. You know, whether you want to play a semantics game, like can we define our own thing in contradiction to common use of language? Does our own definition have to be accepted by other people? The characteristics are unquestionably a borrow pit, which is digging up a lot of dirt, taking it off site and selling it to somebody else. 65 was put into place to protect for when that happens. There's no doubt. So the idea that anybody would try to circumvent this entire chapter, which is put into place for the very purpose that we're presented with here, is sort of hard to conceive of. You know, when there are procedural and substantive protections in law, whether that's on a county level, state level, federal level, it's got to give you cause for concern when the bureaucracy is trying to subvert those enshrined protections that are there in place. In this case, those protections that are in place to protect the citizens of Seminole County, who those laws are there for. Like I mentioned before, Section 65.1 does have a number of exceptions. And I know that's been a subject of conversation, which it certainly should be. This is 65.1, which reads in a couple particular places, it is unlawful for any person to operate or create a borrow pit or borrow area or conduct mining or excavation activities without a permit from the Board of County Commissioners. They could have that if they just applied through the processes of Chapter 65. It also reads, operations removing more than 10,000 cubic yards shall require a public hearing and Board of County Commissioners approval. Not a public hearing, we're appealing staff's decision, a public hearing on a de novo review of the issue, does it comply? Now, there's an incredibly important caveat at the end of this predicatory language. It's about to provide 7 exceptions for when you might not need to get a borrow pit permit. And it prefaces all those with the language, when these activities are located on private property. What that means is any of these activities where they're digging up the dirt on the private property and keeping it there, these exceptions might apply. And, that makes a lot of sense, right? You're developing a parcel, you're building a house, you have to dig up some land to bury lines, to dig a swimming pool, to deal with the foundation of a house or a driveway. You shouldn't have to go and get a borrow permit for every little thing you do. That's not the intention of the statute. The intention of the statute is to address situations like this. So that purgatory language applies to all of these exceptions. Now, staff, in approving the development order, tried to fit it under subsection F, the excavation, grading, and moving of earth in conjunction with the platting of a subdivision. What is the platting of a subdivision? As a lawyer, the first way you're taught to interpret statutes, rules, Constitution is by their plain meaning, not to resort to some sort of arcane statutory interpretation technique. You only resort to those sort of twisted statutory interpretation techniques if the plain language doesn't tell you what the statute or rule says. We know what platting of a subdivision is. The plain language is very clear. Platting of a subdivision is moving of small amounts of dirt on a property to allow for normal construction activity. You got to build a driveway. You have to level out a hill so that a house can go there. That's normal platting subdivision. Nobody in the world could think that anybody who writes this section talking about the platting of a subdivision is talking about removing 40,000 cubic yards of dirt. 400,000 cubic yards of dirt. Nobody thinks that. That's not the normal use of platting of a subdivision. It takes some serious twisting of language and some cognitive dissonance to think that that's what this is. Clearly, it's not. Now, some people have said, okay, well, this isn't clear. We think platting of a subdivision can mean digging up 400,000 cubic yards of dirt. Even if that was the case, the rules of statutory interpretation, and there's a handful of different tools you can use, all of them are geared towards one purpose, and that is to decipher the intention of the drafters. And so staff, others, have used an arcane technique to try to say that this section doesn't say what it clearly means, and therefore it can mean 400,000. But another mechanism of statutory interpretation is a heck of a lot clearer, and most certainly, gets towards the intention of the drafters. And that statutory interpretation mechanism says you look to all these surrounding provisions. So if you have 6 provisions which clearly fit into one box, and one provision which is being read to be something totally wildly different, the statutory interpretation mechanism, which, by the way, we don't even get there because the plain language is very easy, but the statutory interpretation says the 7th was obviously intended to be in conjunction with the 6th, not some crazy, wild thing that's very different. So even if we were to apply statutory construction, which we should not, I think it's incredibly clear that what the intention of the drafters was not to allow 400,000 cubic yards of dirt. And so if you were to use statutory interpretation, you would get to that same result rather than the result that the developer is wanting to include in this exception here.
David?
Yes.
I'm not trying to stop you, but just about how much longer?
That's all that I want to say on the borrow pit, Chapter 65 stuff, which is the meatier thing. So I'd say 5-10 minutes, because I just want to touch on what Nancy did a little bit, which is the clustering issue. Is that all right?
Please.
All right. So as Nancy talked about, and I mentioned briefly before about there being cluster zoning going on here, and that's not bad or wrong at all, but it has to be, you have to have both sides of the equation. And so clustering is provided in the urban zones in different situations than it is in the rural zones. So in the urban zone, there's a really clear set of definitions in 30.1344. Here, we're not governed by that. We're instead governed by 30.109 and by 30.109. So 30.109 says open space has to be required. Well, what is open space? Well, the very first sentence of 30.109 tells us the purpose of open space. It says the purpose of these optional cluster provisions is to preserve open space along roadway corridors, preserve open space in rural residential areas, preserve natural amenities areas, enhance the rural character of the area, and ensure that development along the roadway corridors improves or protects the visual character of the corridor. We also looked at, there's a document that was produced in 2006 by Seminole County, which is called the Rural Character Plan. The Rural Character Plan states, there it is, states that clustering creates permanently protected open spaces and/or agricultural lands and can be added to the interconnected network of conservation lands, agricultural lands, and open spaces. And it adds that open space creates or provides an addition of a network of open spaces that are regionally significant. What does that mean? That means, in large part, that animals that are on one side of a parcel can travel over open space and get to the other side of the parcel. So ecologically, the urban area, even though we have, plots of green space, which has value to it, not that ecologically valuable. Why? Because you have fragmentation of populations. And so the animals can't go back and forth. The open space that's created by clustering is specifically to avoid that unfortunate outcome. That's why one of the reasons we have rural areas, as opposed to everything being urban. And so when you go to the map here of this project, as they propose to have it, or this lake is what they call open space, right? They're using this.
As a development, that's the problem.
Well, it is not actually open space, but if this were to be open space, animals on this side could travel over here and back and forth. The only animals that are over here that can travel over the space have wings, if it fills up with water, which it won't, but accepting what they claim it is. Open space is undeveloped land, is really what it comes down to. This land is going to be developed under their plan. It's not going to be developed up, developed down. They're digging a pit. That's developing the land. That's not keeping it as open space, which the code requires. So since this is not open space, they have not satisfied the clustering requirement, which, as Nancy described earlier, takes the 5 acres that you originally need for each parcel and splits up, say, the 4 that is not on the immediate lot and clusters them all together. There's another really big problem with what they're proposing within the cluster development subject, and it is contained within the same 30.109. Requires that when you cluster, you have to use Section D. In the A5 zoning district, which this is, the overall net density of the project, including the land contained in the open space easement, shall not exceed 1 dwelling per 5 net buildable acres. What is a net buildable acre? Not wetland, not a lake. It's land that you could build on. That's why when you have wetland on a property, they don't just say, oh yeah, that wetland over there, that's our cluster area. So here, they're purporting to use this borrow pit as their open space. But that land is no longer, under their plan, going to be net buildable. It is today. And so if their plan was not to dig this pit, yeah, they have 5 net buildable acres. But their very plan would undermine the plain language of the code that requires 5 net buildable acres. So that's all the stuff I'm going to force you guys to listen to. If you have questions,
Yeah.
I'm incredibly happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bear. Okay, we've been, very patient, and now I'm sure that some commissioners may have some questions before we open it up to the public hearing. So does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, can we take a 5-minute break, please?
Absolutely. We're going to take a, let's say, until 25 till?
Sure. 5 minutes. Stretch my leg.
We're going to call the meeting back to order, everyone. If I can, before we open up the public hearing, I believe that we are at the point of questioning the appellant. And so is there anybody on the commission that has any questions? Or would you, they'll be back if you want to ask later. So it's up to you. Does anybody have any questions now?
I do not.
Okay. If I don't see any questions, now I'm going to move on. We're going to have anyone from the public that would like to comment on this appeal. And first, it's going to be in favor of the appeal. And what I'm going to do is, we have a number of public comments that individuals asked not to speak, but I looked at them, they're all in favor of the appeal. So very quickly, we have a B. Emhoff, Dana and Ron Myers, Dylan Rodriguez, and please forgive me if I can't see or write, Carlene Babcock, Dylan Rodriguez, Benjamin Busby, Carol Busby, Emily Turner, Bridget Geiger, Greg Lobel, David, Jorderais, I believe. Janice, same name. Don Epps, and Oliver Henry. Does anybody feel compelled that I read what they have to say? Just know that they are all in favor of the appeal. Okay. Now, I've got 15 folks that want to speak. Again, all of them in favor of the appeal. I don't know how many are also out there in Cyberland, but we'll find out after we go through this. I'm going to ask you, in all due respect to your time, our time, the applicant's time, the developers, everybody's time, that you heard a lot of information here. You heard what I said in the beginning about the facts. We want everybody to have the opportunity to speak, but please, we don't want this because we don't like it. Give us, what is important to you in the facts, and we know that sometimes you have to repeat other people because it's important, but please just be understanding to everybody. You will have 3 minutes after you give your name and address. And as I told you, I'll do something like this when you're at 3 minutes and you need to wrap it up. Everybody understand that? Okay, good. So I'm going to go first to a James Miller, and I'm going to give 2 other people in front so that you can start lining up here each time. So James Miller is first, Wafa Esposito, and then David, and I'm sorry, I say your name, David. It begins with a J. He left? Okay, and he also had already signed and said he didn't want to speak. So we've got this, this one did not speak, if you could put that there. And Carrie Thompson is the third person up. So, Mr. Miller, you are up first.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is James Miller. I live at 1320 Cochrane Road in Geneva. I had a friend call me and asked me, because he's known I water skied my entire life, how many acres of a lake would I need to be able to water ski? And I said it depends on the lake. So he emailed me the picture of the proposed lake, and he said, would you ever water ski on this? And I said, no, it's too small. You'd never be able to get enough speed because it's too short. Number one. Number two, it's square. It's not a lake. It's a big pit. And he said, all right, I live on Cochrane Road. I am directly west of this lake. I'm at approximately the same elevation. We have a naturally occurring sinkhole on our property. It's probably thousands, maybe 1 million years old. It does not hold water all year round. Normally, right after Christmas, it is a mud pit. By February, it is dry, completely dry to where I can walk across it. It is that way because our entire area is sugar sand. Now, my job, I'm an engineer. I build things. And I can tell you right now that based on my experience of 28 years doing what I do and my observations from where I live, that's not a ski lake. It is a borrow pit. That is all it is. And I don't see how anybody could ski on it, at least not competitively. You might be able to take kids out and go around in circles on it, but not competitively. Number one. Number two, it's not going to hold water. It's just the way our area is. I would love to see you guys to grant the appeal. This is clearly a grab by a developer. We don't need 33,000 dump trucks of dirt to come off of Geneva to go somewhere else, probably Orange County, to one of their big developments and disguise it as a ski lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there any questions of Mr. Miller? Seeing none, Ms. Esposito is next, followed by Carrie Thompson, followed by W.M. Holmes.
William Holmes.
Wafa Esposito, 5040 Hawks Hammock Way. I really hope you are not going to be surprised to see me concerned about this part of the county. I live in Sanford, but I walk in the Seminole Trails, and if the world is concerned about effects of China and India environmental practices, I am more concerned about the choices.
I'm sorry, concerned about, I couldn't understand, sorry.
Okay.
Ms.
speak
Esposito, Ms. Esposito, if you can speak plainly and slower, we're going to give you time to finish your thoughts.
Thank you. Okay, so basically I'm here because I'm concerned and I don't have to live in the area. For me, the county as whole is what concerns me, regardless of my address, and I'm sorry. Okay, basically, we're not opposing for cluster division as homes, but obviously, as everybody is saying, the risks to the rural boundary and the risk of this lake that is going to affect the water source for the people who rely on it. And what I heard earlier from the experts, if the water would go to the right, it affects the properties. If it goes to the left, will rise maybe the level at Lake Harney. That's if it fills up. And to fill up, they want to dig into the lens, which is the Geneva bubble. I saw here the 1993 Geneva Task Force recommendation, which, I don't know, I mean, it's history now. What's calling to tightening restrictions on borrow pits and wells, coordinating inspection landfills, and reuse water system near Geneva in order to protect the bubble. This should be always the same concern, 1993 or now. I really want to be proud of the choices the Board of County Commissioners will make to ensure the wishes of the residents are met, and not based on wishes, but based on scientific facts. Judging by the map, I mean, there is so many natural lakes. Can't that be happening somewhere where they don't have, the builder don't have to dig? He doesn't have to hold dirt. He doesn't have to fill in water, taking from the residents, threatening their basin. Yes, a couple of weeks ago, we welcomed Mrs. Herr and re-election of you guys, Mr. Delary and Mrs. Constantine. You had pledged in the last that to protect the rural boundary. Please do so and honor your campaign promises. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Esposito. Is there any questions of Ms. Esposito? Okay. I said Carrie Thompson, Mr. Holmes, and Douglas Geiger, you're in the hole.
My name is Carrie Thompson, K-E-R-I, and I live at 925 Liberty Lane. I am a resident of Geneva. I live on top of the Geneva bubble, and I depend upon it for my water. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. If this development were following the provisions of the rural boundary, I would not have taken time off from work to be here, but it doesn't. The purpose of the rural boundary is to keep the rural land rural land. It is not to allow our protected rural land to be changed into a burrow pit that will hopefully retain water year-round to turn it into a lake. The creation of a huge, by the way, also, per section 30.109, as mentioned earlier, a man-made lake for boating does not enhance the natural rural land as required by section 30.109. Also, as the lawyer for the development mentioned earlier, there was a provision, a third condition, a third bond proposed to cover 110% of the cost about the lake, and that would be valid for 5 years or until 75% of the lots were sold. Okay, what happens after that? Something goes wrong with this BIT project, and we all know a myriad of things can be, as we just heard from Mr. Bear. Who's going to take care of those problems? Whether it's 5 years from now more than 5 years. We don't know the timeline when something can show up. We may not find something. And this is in addition to the fact that the lake doesn't hold water on a consistent basis. Who's going to take care of that problem? The developers? They have no stake in the community. They've sold their homes and they've left. It is me. It is you as the county commissioners. It is everyone behind me. It is all of our friends and our neighbors who live within rural protected Seminole County that will be left holding the bag and cleaning up the problems that developers have created. I support the appeal, and I urge you to protect the rural boundary.
Any questions of Ms. Thompson? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Holmes, you're up. Mr. Geiger after that, and Ms. Digby after that.
Come falling apart here. Bill Holmes, I'm at 210 East State Road 46, Geneva. What I wanted to talk about was if this thing goes ahead and you end up with this traffic issue out there with all the trucks and that's going to be required, and I'd like you to, if you want to, you can just pull up your little calculator on your cell phone. I'm going to run you through some numbers, and it's very simple math, and it's not. And what you're going to get is how many trucks are going to come out in 1 hour of that area. Well, we're going to use their number of 400,000 yards. It may be more than that when they're all done with it, with the final engineering, I don't know. But let's take the 400,000 and divide that by 18. That's the number of yards most of these 3-axle trucks take. And you come up with a nice little number of 22,222 loads to remove that amount of fill. Now, the development order has given them 1 year of work days, and that's 260 work days in a year. So you divide that 22,222 by 260. You get 85 and a half loads a day that have to come out of that pit to make it work. You're also giving them 12 hours a day to work, 7 to 7. So if you divide that number by 12, you come up with 7.12 loads an hour. But for every load that comes out, you have to have another truck going in. So that's 2 trips. Or you double that, that's 14 loads, 14 trips an hour. Well, if you can take the rest of it, you don't have to put it on your calculator. 14 is near 15. What if you divide 15 into 60 minutes? You get 4. There's going to be 1 truck coming out every 4 minutes or going in every 4 minutes, one of the 2. There's a heavy load, and that's about a 3/4 mile area between Snow Hill Road and Highway 46. Both of those are bad intersections. 46 is at a 45-degree angle, and the Snow Hill Road is a Y intersection on the outside of a super elevated curve. Those trucks are heavy, and they're going to do a lot of damage to the roads as well as the traffic. You're going to need a couple of deputies out there, 2 or 3 of them, most of the time to keep the traffic safety and flowing. And the trucks are going to be out there for 12 hours a day. The drivers, they're going to be stopping in that area. They're going to want food, drink. Think I-95 truck stop in Geneva. Any questions?
Thank you,
I have a question.
Mr. Holmes.
I have
And
a
now you
question
got a question.
for
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Holmes. So what is your area of expertise that allowed you to know so much about dump trucks and hauling dirt?
Well, I've been an engineer since 1961. And a PE since 66, and I still am an active PE, but this is not as a PE, this is simple math.
Well, I understand, but I thought it was important to get that on the record.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Holmes? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Geiger, you're up. Ms. Digby, you're on deck. And then Natalie Rodriguez, you're up third.
Well, Commissioners, thank you for your time here. My name's Douglas Geiger. I live at 4020 North County Road 426 in Geneva, which is directly across from this supposed lake. And I am a civil engineer. My expertise is road and bridge construction. I've done 37 years all in Florida, working primarily for a consultant to the Department of Transportation. So that's my expertise. But I'm not a land expert, but I'm going to read you something from somebody who is a land expert. This is from the Orlando Business Journal. It says, the homes will border a 28-acre ski lake that has yet to be excavated. The plans are in a way to work with the property's rural zoning designation that requires large lots. Brad Parker, a land expert at Longwood-based Southern Realty, told Orlando Business Journal, Parker's not involved in the project. It's a creative way to utilize a piece of real estate that doesn't have the ability to get any real density on it. That's why we're out there. There isn't a real density out there. We're all on 5-acre lots. That's what it should remain, is 5-acre lots, and not try to circumvent that with this lake. And one of the things I want to say, you know, I did some rough math. I just found out today about the 20-acre lake, 28 feet deep. That really is about 9 million or 900,000 yards. It's not 400,000. Maybe they can address that. I'm just doing rough math off my calculator or my phone. But that's, the DOT's paying $17 a cubic yard right now. That's a significant amount of money that's going to leave our area for something that, you know, is not needed. We don't need a ski lake out there. There's plenty of areas to have ski lakes in the Geneva area. Wildlife, one of the things with the 5-acre lots, we've got hawks, we've got eagles, we've got snakes out there, endangered species. With the lake, that'll take all that away, including the gopher tortoises. We've seen significant amounts. One of the things, what they said, in my world of construction, innovation means they're trying to get away with something. It's a way to get around the rules. And I totally believe what Brad Parker said. It's an innovative way to get around the rules that we have in Seminole County. From the picture he showed about the ski lake, he didn't show the ski lake is facing our house, not away from it. That ski lake was facing an open waterway, not somebody's homes that are in that area. So we'll have to deal with the noise from boats going up and down that if it comes to fruition. And the water on our property right across the street, it drains so fast. We've had 10 inches of rain, and it's gone within 5 minutes. It's on a sand lens layer. I worked in this area significantly. There's no way it's going to retain water. It's going to just go right down and won't hold water. And besides the sugar, you can't, on the sugar sand, you can't hold the slopes that they're talking about. So they'll have to do something else to improve that or dig it deeper, which gets into our own groundwater table. So, and I'm worried about my well. I've had this happen on several projects that we've done for the DOT where you do your retention ponds and all the neighbors' wells start to go dry. Once your well's dry, it affects your water. You'll never get the same water back. And so those are my big concerns with our property. Now, you can call me a NIMBY, not in my backyard. I get it. That's what I am. But this is real for us right out there in our 4-horse ranch. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geiger. Any questions of Mr. Geiger? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ms. Digby, you're up, and Ms. Haller, you're on third.
My name is Sharon Digby. I live at 2490 Snow Hill Road, Chuleta, Florida. I've been there 33 years on that same piece of property. I have seen an awful lot of changes happen here in Seminole County, and I know that they need to happen for people to be able to share in what we have. But one of the things I've always thought about when I vote for county commissioners is that they will support Florida's natural choice. And that's something that's important, I think, to all of us who live out there. Mr. Bear and the folks who spoke had wonderful information. They addressed it beautifully. I really don't have a lot to add other than to throw my support behind having this at least looked at again. I think it was passed inappropriately, and that alone, I think, deserves a second look. And I hope that you do consider how this went through. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Digby. Is any questions of Ms. Digby? Seeing none, Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Haller, are you here? Ms. Haller? Okay. And then after Ms. Haller will be Mr. McDonald, I'm sorry, David McDonald. Ms. Rodriguez?
Hi. Good evening. 362 Seminole Avenue. I'm speaking today from an environmental standpoint. In today's world, it's common to hear buzzwords like climate change and deforestation. I know for a lot of people, this sounds like something that's far away in the Amazon. Sorry, I have a bit of a stutter, so. But this is an urgent issue that we are facing right here, right now, in our state and in our county. Here's something that you may or may not know, but it bears repeating. Everything from the air we breathe, the water we drink, to the food we eat comes from one very important thing, and that is a tree. Trees literally make up our atmosphere and the air we breathe. One tree alone, although beautiful and majestic, does not make our atmosphere. That job belongs to a community of trees, acres upon acres of untouched old growth. Open space that includes forests, prairies, and swamps are critical in maintaining the balance of life for both humans and wildlife alike. Currently in Seminole County, we don't have many of these crucial forests left, and many of the ones still standing have a price on their head. That's why today I find it disconcerting that something as destructive as a borrow pit in the middle of our pristine rural boundary is even being considered. Geneva is home to many open spaces, wildlife, and importantly, the Geneva bubble. The consequences of this borrow pit are irreparable, and its destruction will ripple for miles and miles away. No one, absolutely no person, animal, or tree, will benefit from this borrow pit. In fact, the only person that will benefit from this inappropriate and destructive borrow pit is the person that will pocket millions of dollars for selling nutrient-rich soil that belongs to the very ecosystem we depend upon. Excuse me, stutter. It's time that we, as a community, start collectively forging a path towards working with nature, not against it. I will leave you with just one more thought. I live by a very simple phrase, and that is actions speak louder than words. We, as your constituency, have entrusted you with the power to protect this community and its well-being. Every single one of you up there has been quoted as saying you want to protect Seminole County's rural boundaries. So this evening, on behalf of our community, I hope to see that your actions align with your words and that we may continue to trust you and use your power to benefit us as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Anybody have a question for Ms. Rodriguez? Seeing none. Ms. Haller, Mr. McDonald, and then Diane Oliver.
Okay. Cindy Haller, 1731 Beacon Drive, Sanford. I also live in the St. Johns River watershed area. My home is 19 miles away from the proposed project site, but when my husband and I pay our taxes, we just don't pay taxes for Sanford. We pay a Seminole County property tax bill. We care about development issues throughout our county, and we're not happy to learn about this project out east in our rural boundary, which includes a borrow pit lake. Both my husband and I voted for the rural boundary in Seminole County when we lived in Longwood in 2004. During election season, our household received the Seminole County Gazette paper that focused on candidate races. Our new commissioner, District 5, my new commissioner, Andrea Herr, said that she supports the rural boundary and will fight to defend the will of the voters on the rural boundary and will protect our precious environmental resources. The article ends by saying that our county will be well served by Commissioner Herr. I do appreciate that. Thanks. In the same paper, Commissioner Delary said that he is a defender of the rural boundary and our wildlife. And Chairman Constantine said that top priorities for him are preserving and protecting our natural resources, such as the rural boundary. When interviewed as a candidate by the Seminole County Smart Development Coalition, again, Commissioner Herr stated that it's important to make sure local sensitive areas in our county are protected. Commissioner Delary said that he has a passion for the county and that people move here for the quality of life. They didn't move here for the officials. We need to make sure that we are ensuring quality life, and the dream of our motto, it's not just a slogan, Florida's natural choice. Chairman Constantine said the environment is a protection of our community, the vital needs of the people, and that the only thing that ensures our economic growth. In our state, possibly more than any other state, we're dependent on the environment for tourism and growth. For example, our aquifer is our only source of natural water locally. We have a duty to protect it on behalf of the citizens. And finally, in 2018, when Commissioner Lockhart was running for county commissioner, she also professed support for the rural boundary. So it looks like there's a vested interest in preserving the rural boundary and a rural lifestyle. The development order has threatened the rural land within the rural boundary. Certainly, the citizens don't want a borrow pit trend in Seminole County. My family has no problem with a cluster subdivision of 12 homes built on the property in question. In closing, I respectfully request that the Board of County Commissioners reverse the development order and reject the allowance of a borrow pit disguised as a ski lake used on this property and require adherence to the Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code that provides directions and rules for development on agricultural land. I ask you to grant the appeal and the possible other appeal that may be heard tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Haller. Any questions of Ms. Haller? And Ms. Haller, I knowing of your daughter, hope she's feeling better.
Thank you. She is.
Any questions of Ms. Haller? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. McDonald, and then Diane Oliver, of course, and then Deborah, Paulalion.
Hi, my name is David McDonald. I live at 153 Whitcomb Drive. I've been a resident of Geneva for over 34 years. I have seen a lot of things go through Geneva. It seems like every few years, we're down here again doing the same thing, battling some type of project that's trying to get into Geneva. And we bring people that volunteer, come up here, and they explain everything to the board of why it's not a good idea, just like tonight. My biggest concern is the Geneva lens. That is, you've heard that a lot of people tonight have talked about it already. That is one of the primary reasons why they're able to have people in Geneva, because of the fresh water of the lens. And you start to dig a burrow pit of this particular magnitude, you're taking away part of the filter system. This burrow pit's going to sit right probably on the middle of where the lens is today. And anything that affects that lens affects everyone in the area. So I think we've heard enough from the experts on that, and the documentation shows that it would be a very good idea to approve the appeal to this. Thank you very much.
Anybody have, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Anybody have any questions of Mr. McDonald? Thank you, sir. Diane Oliver. Deborah, and then after Deborah is going to be Callie Adams.
You ready? Hi, I'm Diane Oliver. I live at 916 Harrison Road, and I'm at the end of all the watershed and all the waterfall that's going to come down. My husband and I have a farm there. We live on the original Henry Harrison Homestead, which at one time was many hundreds of acres, which was now left as 65 acres. That little lake there, which is now called, I think, Taylor Lake, used to be called Harrison Lake. And I've got a little history about that property. I don't know if everybody knows Evans Bacon, Mr. Bacon. He was always our voting gentleman that we always know. He worked on my farm when he was 11 years old. He worked for the Harrisons, and they actually dredged that little bitty lake that's behind me that used to be a little lake until all of the watershed began to come down further and further and further until it's taken up half of my pasture. We raise cattle, and we've had to buy more land. We've had to move our cattle to different places because it floods, because they keep rearranging all the drainage. Used to be the Geneva Lake and Little Lake Park, which is across on the north side of US 46, or State Road 46, used to have water in it. When they redid that, they're dry, all the water came to ours. We have no outlet. So consequently, if that's built, which I hope it's not, that water is going to seep all the way down unless somebody has some form of engineering or well pointing that they decide they want to do to hold the water in, and they're going to have to concrete it, basically. To bring that, it's going to come down from to Moran, to Long, to Taylor, and it's going to land in my backyard. And one of these days, I'm not even going to have a barn. Right now, my calf pasture is underwater, and 3/4 of my end of my pasture is underwater because of our typical rains. And I haven't had a dry spell since, I think my grandson was 16 years old, so that would have been about 8 years ago. And it was dry, and he could four-wheel. Right now, it's underwater, and that, we've gone through 2 cycles of that. We've been there since 1992. And typically, I love where I'm at, or I wouldn't live there, and I love the 5 acres. I mean, we've got more than that, but anyway, that's the reason we moved out here, is because it was 5 acres. We love being rural or suburb, even a rural suburb, basically. And we moved out there, it was nothing. And I'd like it to stay slowly developing, not fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. Any questions of Ms. Oliver?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mrs. Zimbow. Ms. Oliver, stay
Yes,
at the
ma'am.
podium, please.
If you-
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Talk to me about the dredge. Somebody dredged something
The
adjacent
dredge?
to your property?
Okay.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
You're talking about our lake to begin with?
Right, what
Okay,
was
and
dredged?
I got the date here. Hang on. Let me reference it.
I don't need the date, I just want to have an understanding of,
Okay, back at...
when you
back
say
in
it
the-
was dredged, and
Yeah,
you can
back in
stand
the-
there, you can stand inside on the
Okay.
microphone, it'll be
Back in the
fine.
30s and 40s, we didn't have the big excavation equipment available to a lot of us. Remember, we're going through the Depression, and Mr. Bacon said he was 11 years old when he worked on my farm. Mr. Harrison got out there with horse and buggies and mules, and they dredged. You put a, basically behind a tractor or behind 2 wheels or a disc, however you want to do it, and you put I'm going to call it a board for better words, but possibly a piece of metal, and you sink that down into the ground, and then your cattle or your mules pull that out, and you reclaim that dirt. And when you do, that that water gets deeper, and you start at one end, and then you keep moving all the way around until you get a lake, basically. But it's not very deep. I think the deepest point in our lake used to be about 4 foot. Now, with the floods, I had a little island out in the middle that was kind of halfway dirt and tall brush. It moved to my corner of my property because it let go of the land it had below it because it got so high.
I see.
So, but that's
Okay.
it. And they did that back in the 30s.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Deborah Polian, and then Callie Adams, and then James, R-U-P-E? Group.
Hi, I'm Deborah Poulalion, P like Peter, O-U-L-A-L-I-O-N. I live at 1367 Cor Jesus Court in Longwood. Just to reiterate what a couple people have said, the rural boundary is important to people all over Seminole County, not in the rural boundary. I live in Longwood. And just 2 observations. I think it's remarkable the lengths that people will go to in order to make money while destroying natural land. It is remarkable to come up with this plan. Also, I just want to remind people that this sounds like it will be an eyesore behind a chain link fence someday, kind of like something we see in Midway, which also has its own burrow pit. I very much support you accepting this appeal and preserving the intent of the law and the integrity of the rural boundary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Callie, you're up next, followed by James, followed by George Sellery, and that is the last of the papers that I have. If anybody else wishes to speak, if they're outside, this is your last chance. Go ahead, please, Callie.
Good evening. My name is Kaylee Adams. I live at 1011 Mockingbird Lane, Geneva, Florida. I'm an environmentalist and a director at large with Couplet Fern chapter of Florida Native Plant Society. I'm a Seminole native. I've lived here my entire life within the rural boundary. And I'm a resident of Geneva for 10 years. I want to thank you for hearing the concerns of all of us citizens tonight, and I'm here to support the item 40, which is the appeal of the Ski Lake Order. I oppose it because it, for many reasons, including the aquifer, the wildlife, and the rural character of Geneva. This ski lake subdivision reports to remove at least 400,000 cubic yards of the sand, and that sand is within the habitats for gopher tortoises. They need that sand to be able to dig their deep burrows, which they are a keystone species. They provide habitat for many other species in the area. Over the last several years, I've dedicated a lot of my time to learn about the native plants and habitats in Florida. Because I live in a scrubby flatwood land, it drove me to learn more about the ecology and the deep white sand, and it took me to learn about the aquifer below our feet. The deep white sands in the hills of Geneva are where the rainwater filters through, down to the aquifer or to the river watersheds. And removing it does not adhere to the Geneva Freshwater Lands Protection Act. It was put into place to prevent this very idea of digging, mining, developing land, and paving it over the bubble. This vital part of our lives out here should be protected and preserved to the fullest extent of our abilities. We can't allow reckless development to put our drinking water at stake. Another cruel aspect of the subdivision, like the one proposed, is it's an active habitat for threatened and endangered wildlife like the gopher tortoises and many others. The other wildlife use this area as a greenway to move between Lake Proctor, just to the north, across 46. To the east, there is the St. John's and Kilby Ranch and other natural areas. Those animals, if they do not have those greenways, there will be more human-wildlife interactions, and animals will lose their lives as a result. And also, whatever way the plan is worded, whether it be a borrow pit or a ski lake, neither has a place in Geneva if you think about the rural character of the town. It would stick out like a sore thumb, and it would be a bane on the residents near it to it. The huge ecological impacts this thing could cause would negatively affect the neighbors closest to it, diminishing their livelihoods as longtime pillars of the rural community and residents who bought their land with the expectations that the area's precious natural resources would be protected for their best interests. I oppose the Ski Lake Development Order, and I urge the commissioners to grant the appeals made by Geneva Citizens Association and Bear Warriors United. I also ask that you possibly consider putting more protections in place to prevent this from ever happening again. The voters will remember the outcome of tonight's meeting, and we will continue to keep putting pressure on our county leaders to act in good faith for the will of the people, protect the bubble, and revoke the Ski Lake Development Order. And please don't let this happen again. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Any questions of Ms. Adams? Yes, Commissioner Hurd?
I just want to make a statement. Because of the barrier that's there, depending on where somebody speaking stands, I can't see you. So I don't want anyone speaking tonight, and I've noticed a trend that it's the shorter ladies, like me, that stand closer to the podium, so I can see you here.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because I have a little bit of an awkward setup, so.
Could you hear me well enough?
I can hear you, but I like to see your face, so.
Okay, well, I can lean over, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any others?
Thank you very much. Mr. Roop, James Roop, then George Sellery. And I saw somebody went out and got a yellow paper. Please bring it up, sir.
Hello, my name is James Roop. I live at 631 Scott Road, which is directly across the street from this proposed project. I am not a lawyer or a engineer or anything like that, but I have a question for you. What will happen to this project when they break into the lens of Florida, the aquifer that Geneva has, because there was a borrow pit that was licensed down on Highway 46, and they broke the pan. Now, is there a penalty for breaking the pan? And if so, will that just be a cost of doing business? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? No questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Roop. Mr. Sellery, and Michael, it's Crothers, I believe. You're up next, please. And I just wanted to make sure, you say that you're in opposition of the appeal? Or, okay, you're in favor of the appeal. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, Mr. Sellery?
Yes. George Sellery, 5231 Shoreline Circle in Sanford. I don't want to repeat a lot of things, but I wanted to make a couple things that I think are really important. Decisions within the rural boundary and even any other protected areas, such as the Wekiva River area, that impact the quality of life or are significant on their face, like this one, should never be just staff-driven or a non-elected board, whether it's P&Z or the Board of Adjustments. Those should come in front of you. You're the big bucks elected leaders to handle these issues. And, you know, I know Commissioner Constantine and Delaria, you both 2020 was a huge year for the rural boundary and Rivercross and the whole 9 yards. And I'm sure they're watching this wondering, wow, can we do borrow pits? Can we do these kind of things and make money too? So this is going to be precedent setting tonight. I didn't think it would be, we'd still be going through rural boundary things at this point, but I sympathize, and Commissioner Herr and all of you guys were very, I attribute the victories to standing up for the environment and the rural boundary in tough races. I don't want to cover the land development code stuff that David did, but I do want to point out something that I learned a long time ago from the county attorney's office, which is look at the very beginning of the land development code. Look at the very beginning of the comp plan. That's kind of like the declaration part at the beginning. And section 1.2, interpretation and conflict, right at the very beginning, it says, in interpreting and applying the provisions of this code, they shall be held to a minimum requirement for the promotion of public health, safety, morals, and general welfare of the community, meaning it's what's best for the public. Nothing in there about a developer making a boatload of money. There's just nothing in there like that. So whoever wrote the land development code put that at the very beginning for a reason. The land development code doesn't address ski lakes, and it doesn't address how 12 homeowners are going to maintain a ski lake. I'm in Lake Forest. There's 800 of us in a 55-acre drainage lake. Everything drains down towards it, and it's a maintenance. It costs us roughly $30,000 to $50,000 every year just to keep that maintained, but that's spread out over 800 homes, not 12. Keeping it full of water, how it's going to stay, just not sure how that's going to work. Especially to try and keep it 10 feet deep. What if it's only 6 feet deep? You can't ski. So, and then I think the last thing I'd like to point out before my time is up is I think it's weird or strange or whatever you call it. If you do a public records request, my guess is the developer paid in fees probably a couple $100 for this whole process, yet to appeal it, residents have to pay $1,000. That just seems backwards. I'm hoping that you can address that in the upcoming year, because it just doesn't seem right that residents have to pay probably well more than the developer to do this. All right, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, George.
Thank you, Mr. Sellery. Any questions of Mr. Sellery? Seeing none, thank you very much. Mr. Crothers.
How do you do? Thank you, Commissioners, for giving us the time to speak to you. I've only got a few things. I've been a landscape contractor.
Address, you need to name it.
Michael Crothers, 180 Peace Hill Place.
Thank you, sir.
I own approximately 20 and a half acres directly across the street of 46 from where this project's going to be to the west. I have a landscape and irrigation company. I've been in business for 36 years. I've lived in Geneva since 1980. I moved here when I was 18 years old. I used to live at the old Seminole, Geneva, what was it called? The Osceola Fish Camp, which the county reclaimed and did the conservation on it. I used to live right on the river in a mobile home there for several months when I first moved here. I moved back into Orlando for about 6 years, moved back out here in 1987, started purchasing property where we live now because of the environment, because of everything, the natural habitat and everything of Geneva. Beautiful place to live. Raised my kids here, bought 3 homes side by side in order to be able to have one for me and my wife, one for each of my daughters, and my grandchild. We also own the businesses out on 46. One of the things that was brought to my attention that I didn't know about was a bond that they're supposed to be giving up for in the event that there is water destruction of our wells. What do the bonds, how much do the bonds cover? Do they cover each individual well? The property value that is going to be detrimental to it if it does take away from it. Now, in my nursery, we have irrigation out there that runs. We haven't been in business now for a little while as far as all that goes since the recession. But when we did it all in drip irrigation where it was all reclaimed back into the property. All of our property is all sloped everywhere, so we have no stormwater runoff. And it's all drip, majority of it is all drip system, so we're not wasting the water. We do very little spraying, or did very little spraying, and then the front acreage on the commercial portion of it up in the corner closest to the property, we were not allowed to spray at all. So I have been a steward, I feel, of myself in order to keep everything environmentally clean for our wells. The Handyway, they produce food used by the water. My general store, we produce food used in the water. Across the street at the mobile gas station, they produce food, or the Marathon now, they produce food used by the water. If we have contaminants, what is the bond? How far does it reach out? Does it go to the people that have eaten at these properties? You know, the Burr Pit, as Mr. Rood had talked about before, down the Weigel Pit, they did hit on the far east side of the pit. They did hit into the lens. Our water quality did go down. I've owned my home since 1987, and our water quality did go down. We used to have people come out and try to sell us water softeners. They couldn't find a reason to give us to sell it to us once they test our water. Now, yeah, we could use them. So just want to bring that to your attention, and I would like to know what this bond is and what does it cover, and to what extent it covers reaching out to the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. That concludes the people that I have public comment forms on. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Carruthers? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate it. And I just want to, and I think all the commissioners would share in this sentiment that I have, that each and every one of you stuck to a certain topic. I don't know if you planned it that way, but I didn't hear a lot of repeats. And what I did hear is that, or what I did see is that everybody stayed pretty much within the 3 minutes, and I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. We are now in the portion where Mr. Burfield.
Mr. Chairman, what about people that are virtually, anybody virtually?
Oh,
I was going to ask.
I'm looking and I don't see it, but you're right. I better ask Clint. Clint?
Yes, sir, we do have quite a few.
Okay, never mind. Well, I was still trying to finish this, but then, good, thank you very much.
Good catch,
I'm
good
still trying to
catch.
get this together here. Okay, go right ahead, Clint. Clint?
Yes, sir, we have a phone caller that's come in, ending in 201.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Deborah Seltzer. I live at 371 Lake Proctor Court in Geneva, which borders the edge of the ski lake. It comes right up to our backyard. We're at the end of the cul-de-sac, and so our land is surrounded by the water that you're speaking about. We have several concerns about this, one being that the water is so high on our lake right now, as you heard one of the other citizens say, and it has been for several years, that it is intruding up on our yards. All of the people on the cul-de-sac are having the same problem. One coming up behind their pool, the other coming up into their pole barn. We have just water issues, and if they were to hit a spring in digging out this lake, it could make a massive mess of all of our yards. That's our major concern. The other is that, and there's a study going on right now with, I believe his name is T. Chuen from the engineering department with Haley Ambrose. They're doing a study to find out why all of a sudden the water from Lake Proctor drains into these lakes and why we're catching all that water. So something has built up on the other side of the road to obstruct the flow. The other concerns we have is my husband bought this property 35 years ago and has commuted from Winter Park to make this a retirement home. And I retired from Seminole County Fire Department in February of 2019. And we just dread the thought of waking up on Saturday mornings hearing boats flying by our property. It's not what we considered when we bought the property and making it our retirement home. The other things that we wanted to address is the wildlife. We have a slew of woodland ducks that come flying in to that end of the lake every night. Every night when we're feeding our horses, we hear these ducks flying in. this is where they spend their evenings, and you're going to be taking out their natural habitat when you dig that out. Along with, we have red hawks, we have one that lives in our yard, several eagles that live nearby, and our resident sandhill cranes that they come up and feed in the yard and go back out into the lake in the evenings. We just hate the thought of disturbing all this wildlife. That's their habitat that you're messing with when you dig out.
Ma'am.
And that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to let you know that we are terribly concerned about it, being that it is right in our backyard. It is right in our backyard.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Maybe it would be wise to try to instruct, I know it's difficult for the callers, that let them know that a court
Yeah,
reporter,
I'm going to
it's
do
hard
that.
to hear, and if they slow down.
Absolutely. Clint, others, Clint?
Yes, sir, there's about 7 more.
Okay. All those that are coming in that can hear my voice, please understand that we have a court reporter here. So you need to speak up and you need to speak clearly, and you'll be given the time to say your piece, so you don't have to rush through it like you're reading a book. It's okay. Just go ahead and say it, and we say your piece. We appreciate it. So who's next?
Another phone caller?
Yes, Clint?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Yes, hi. My name is Michelle Bernstein. I reside at 2075 Retreat Road.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
I oppose constructing a burrow pit on the Geneva bubble and damaging the aquifer, possibly our water supply for families and livestock. I did send an email to all of the commissioners this week with some interesting information. One document, the Conservation Element Vision 2020, which was written by Seminole County. It speaks highly about the soils, the aquifer recharge protection, the groundwater supply, the wetland regulations, and the burrow pits. I want to mention, part of that report also speaks highly about the Floridian aquifer, and that it's a primary source of potable water for Seminole County, and especially in the Geneva area. I hope that each of you took the time to read the documents that I did send. There was another one that I also sent, which was information that was created by St. Johns River Water Management District, and it had to do with the Geneva monitoring of the wells. That also had some really good information. My biggest concern, though, is the Floridian gopher turtles, that it's a threatened species. Both the tortoise burrows are protected under state law, and that they must be relocated before any land clearing or development is to take place. And property owners must obtain permits from the Florida Fish and Wildlife before capturing and relocating these tortoises. I don't know if that was part of the development order or not, but I think that's another big thing, was protecting our wildlife. I know I've lived out in Seminole County in Geneva for 26 years, and the ducks, the hawks, the gopher turtles, the snakes, but especially the gopher turtles. I know that there was a project that was across the street from where this proposed project is being constructed or proposed. It was probably like 20, 30 acres next to the Yarborough's property owns on 426 there. And the property was going to be subdivided, and I know that they came across a bunch of tortoises that had to be relocated, and then that project never took into occurrence. So I know that that should be looked into as well. As far as the developer removing sand or dirt, whatever you want to call it, from the property to create this lake or burrow pit, I did some calculations. I know somebody said that it was 400,000 cubic yards of dirt. I was estimating 563,984 cubic yards of dirt / sand, which is approximately 28,199 dump truck loads based on a 20-yard truck. And if you multiply that by around 250 per load, the developer would make anywhere between $7,049,750. If we based it on 400,000 cubic foot of dirt,
Ma'am?
It's about $5 million profit.
You're way over, please, if you could, wrap it
Okay.
up. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and once again, I'm opposed
Thank you very
to the
much.
project, but I'm in favor of the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Okay, Clint, next.
Joe Humphreys.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me now?
But we can't see you, but I know you're trying to get in.
He's there.
There you go. Yes, go ahead, sir. Name and address for the record.
Joseph Humphreys, 883 Cardinal Point Cove, Sanford, Florida. Just as a quick aside, I wanted to thank all of the commission for their addressing the issue with pedestrian safety, which this morning, which seems like probably another year or two ago. I happen to be a neighbor of Ed Makarski, who was one of the unfortunate residents of our county who has died recently. So I thank Commissioner Delory in particular for him bringing that up, and for all of you addressing that issue. It's a very, very significant issue for our end of the county. Just a couple of quick points. Number one, compatibility with the rural boundary. I've looked at properties in Seminole Woods. I have friends that live out there. I've looked at the Cox property, which happens to be right across the street from this, with the potential of doing something with it. It's 50 acres. It's currently platted for 10 5-acre parcels. And that's pretty much always been my understanding for, what the intention was for out there. The animal hospital and the equestrian center that are adjacent to this property, along with people like Mr. Cox, will be detrimental if this were to pass through. As far as testing is concerned, we've heard a lot of testimony about that today. You don't need to be an engineer to know that water runs downhill. The topo map that the engineers have provided shows that there is a significant change. This is on the Geneva Hill. There's a 30-plus change in elevation there. As far as to the number of burrows that they did, I visited with a controversial borrow pit over in Lake County this last week, which is about 80 acres, and the owners shared with me the fact that they did over 200 bore tests, which, as somebody who's invested in oil and gas and real estate in the past, is extremely, extremely important. But I can tell you for a fact, with all of the multi-million-dollar 3D high-def seismic that we have available to us today, my bank account will show you that they don't always get it right. So engineers do indeed get it wrong. So as far as the failure to fill this thing, I have reports from the North Carolina Department of Transportation that shows that they did an extensive study of these kinds of borrow pits back in 2007. And there are 3 different types of borrow pits. I intended to bring this document downtown today, but unfortunately I was dealing with personal well issues today. But yes, there are extreme concerns about the hydraulics of this particular project. You've heard from residents who are already being flooded out with water running downhill as it is. Surety bonds, I've spent the last several years as the owner of real estate in North Carolina fighting over surety bonds in conjunction with the city of Lake Lure and Buncombe County. And I can tell you for a fact, just because you have a surety bond doesn't mean that you're going to get paid. So, yes, there have been questions about what are those surety bonds going to cover? Yes, we need details because the devil is in the details, as I can tell you for a fact. As far as cost,
Mr. Humphries, you're way over. If you could wrap it up, I'd appreciate it very much.
I just want to make one last comment about you have a property with 12 proposed home owners in it. I have a subdivision at the end of Lake Markham that has 17. The cost of, and you've heard from others, you heard Mr. Sellery talk about the cost of maintaining ponds and retention areas in Lake Forest. I can attest to that. It's very expensive. And the cost of draining what amounts to an acre and a half of my retention pond will cost somewhere between $30,000 to $40,000. So you can imagine what it would cost to dredge this particular pond if it were to infill. Those are my points. Thank you all for a long day.
Thank you, Mr. Humphries. Clint? Clint?
Tom Schaefer appears.
Yes, sir, Tom Schaefer.
I'm sorry?
Yep, Tom Schaefer.
Mr. Schaefer?
He's muted.
You have to ask them to unmute themselves sometimes.
There he is.
Can you hear it?
Can you hear me?
You're going to have to speak up, sir, please, so we can hardly hear you.
They're asking if I can speak 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Tom Schaefer.
Now we can hear you.
I live at 921 Harrison Road, Geneva. I've lived for 33 years on the east shore of Lake Proctor, or Lake Taylor on some maps, with a view to the west of the wetland and trees beyond where the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision would be. I'm opposed to this development for the following reasons. One, my understanding of the aim of the cluster development provision in the code is to offer the option of preserving larger intact landscapes that a maximum build-out on 5-acre plots could achieve. I believe the Ski Lake proposal is based on a perverse and cynical interpretation of the code provision. The plan calls for excavating a 35-acre lake requiring removal of most of the trees on the property. Indeed, it appears the only preserved natural land out of 75 buildable acres would be in the form of buffer strips at the property edges, 50 feet wide on the east side, 25 feet elsewhere, hardly the kind of result envisioned in the code. This plan counts the 35 acres of the proposed man-made lake as preserved land, then destroys any trace of the natural land by the lake excavation. Furthermore, the rigid rectilinear plan dictated by the shape of the lake makes no concession to rural character. If the plan is not merely a cover for a borrow pit and were to be completely realized.
Okay, okay, sir. Mr. Schaefer.
Yes.
Okay, sir. We'll try to work it out for you. Mr. Schaefer, we can't, the court reporter can't understand you. If you could just speak up a little louder and a little slower, I would appreciate it.
I am Tom Schaefer's wife. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Tom is recovering from pneumonia. If I could read his, and it might be a little easier.
That would be
Also-
fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I have registered, I should also be registered, but we're having technical problems. So I would like to request that I read his and then I read mine. Is that okay?
Go right ahead, ma'am. Yes. we're
Okay,
fine.
this is from Tom. 921 Harrison Road, Geneva. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have lived for 33 years on the east
No,
shore.
ma'am, we heard you all the way through that. He was going to number 2. Why don't you start at number
Okay.
2?
If the plan is not merely a cover for a borrow pit and were to be completely realized, then the 12 resident ski boats have the potential to create nearly incessant noise for homes surrounding this drag strip for boats. Number 3, there are 12 lakes, all smaller than the proposed ski lake, and most at lower elevation within a 3-mile circle. It is hard to believe that this new lake would not affect them, as well as the adjacent wetland, in unpredictable ways. Number 4, most serious, not just for immediate neighbors, but for everyone in Geneva, is the potential threat to the Geneva bubble. The proposed depth of excavation is up to 25 feet, which I believe brings it to within 10 feet of the roof of the bubble. It seems reckless and irresponsible to gamble with this irreplaceable resource.
You can stop there.
Okay, I'd like to stop there.
Okay.
And you don't want to read the last?
No, that's-
Okay, and to read mine if it's okay.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I am Melody Gaston. I live at 921 Harrison Road, Geneva. I live on the interconnected lake system in Geneva, including Lake Moran, Taylor, Proctor, and several smaller lakes. These lakes are adjacent to and within 500 feet of the proposed Geneva Ski Lake subdivision development. I want to make clear that I am not against development that adheres to the Seminole Land Development Code and protects the rural boundary. Not only does this proposal not adhere to the code, but it has potential to impact the Geneva Lens detrimentally and to alter the groundwater flow patterns in this area. The change in hydrology of this area should be the reason this project is not approved. This man-made 34.9 acre, 15 to 25 foot deep lake would be built on top of the active recharge area of the Geneva Lens. And I don't think that's really been mentioned by anyone before. It's extremely important. The active recharge area is protected by the Geneva Lens is protected by Florida law and this project could cause irreparable damage to our water supply and the rural boundary area. Most of these small, shallow lakes slightly downhill from the proposed Man Lake Ski Lake are fluctuating or disappearing lakes. For several years, these lakes are full, then they can disappear for a year or two, with the lake beds becoming prairies for a time. This system of lakes is critical to the Geneva Lens because the lakes sit directly on top of this active recharge section of the lens. The Geneva Lens is sustained entirely by recharge. The floor of the ski lake will be at a lower elevation than the floor of all the surrounding downhill disappearing lakes. The Water Management District, in a letter to Jeffers, September the 30th, I believe, noted the applicants had not provided enough evidence to provide that this project would not draw down, quote, would not draw down the water table within the wetlands and not cause adverse impacts of the adjacent wetlands. If this is a recreational lake and not a borrow pit, as some suggest, then the water level will need to be maintained. Filling this lake will either depend upon depriving nearby lakes of the groundwater flow patterns, thereby depriving the Geneva lens of being recharged, or will depend on pumping water into the lake. Now, this project could also cause flooding, as noted by the Water Management District. The proposal does not meet the standards of the peak discharge rates leaving the site generated by the 25-year, 24-hour storm. Also of concern by this district was the water quality treatment. If this project damages the lens, depletes or contaminates the water supply, allows for saltwater intrusion in our wells, how will folks in the rural Geneva get water? And who will be on the hook to pay? The long-gone developer of this project? The homeowners in this new ski development?
Ms. Schaefer, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but you're way over, ma'am.
I'm over.
Go ahead.
I have about 4 sentences.
Okay.
The commissioners who approve it, the taxpayers of Seminole County, or the Geneva homeowners who in good faith trusted you would protect the water supply.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please act in good faith and preserve the rural district by protecting the Geneva lens.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Everyone on the phones, I guess I spoke too soon, didn't I, guys?
You did.
But everybody's, doing fine. But please just try to relate while you're on the phone with your watch or whatever. Try to stay close to the 3 minutes, please. We're allowing you to, if you need to finish your sentences, but I would greatly appreciate it if you would do it. And with that, we have Clint. Who else do we have, sir?
While we're bringing the next person on, I'm noticing we all went from putting on parkas to stripping off layers, and I can't take off another layer. This is all I've got.
Okay, it was freezing, yes.
If we could have someone kick the air down a little bit, somewhere between not walking freezer and Sahara Desert, that'd be awesome.
Hey, guys, we got a lot of hot air in the room, don't we? And we're all wearing masks.
It's over there.
It's over there.
We've got staff going.
I thought it was me, and I thought,
No, Melanie is going to do it right now, so we can blame her. Okay, Clint, who do we have on the line?
William Wills.
Oh, I see William. Okay, Mr.
Hello.
Wills, go right ahead, sir.
Hello. I want to say before Jay comes back, great job running the meeting, Lee. Appreciate it. Very nice job running a professional, friendly thumbs up for the records. So thank you.
Okay, you're not going to get anything from me for saying that.
Did I say how wonderful? Anyway, all right. So listen, I'm representing the Tall Trees HOA, but I'm not going to speak for 6 minutes if that's even allowed. I'll keep it short here because people have really covered a lot of this. So the real thing is the bothersome
William,
thing is,
did you give your address for the record?
I'm sorry. William
That's
Wills,
okay.
495 Still Forest Terrace. That's in Sanford.
You can hear him okay, sir? Court reporter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Let's go.
I can speak. I speak very quickly. So it's really the ruse of a borrow pit versus a ski lake, right? That's the thing that kind of sticks in my craw, is that people are taking shots at getting things approved based on what they think will pass versus what they're actually building. It'd be like me burning down a forest to clear cut it and then telling you, oh, it's just an open pit barbecue. I didn't burn that forest down to clear it. It's an open pit barbecue, and then trying to argue that when really it's not an open pit barbecue. I burned the forest down. So I think being able to push back on these things and say you need to present what you're actually, I'm speaking very quickly, so I apologize to the court reporter, being able to actually push back and say, you're asking for a borrow pit, therefore you should follow all the regulations of the borrow pit. So that's point number one. And second point other people made as well is that we're not against development. I think we're in support of the appeal for the borrow pit. And so if there's going to be development in that area and it follows the rural standards and there's cluster development, that's perfectly fine. I'm sure that will come up, but there's no opposition to the actual development. It's just this borrow pit. And then the last quick thing, not to make a big deal out of it, well, I did take a screenshot, so if you guys want to see what you look like on video, I'll send that to you later. And then the last thing is we requested copies of public copies I guess, public information on comments made by staff. Some of the comments made by the staff were a bit kind of stinky, and it's kind of, it's tough when you're trying to build a case and all that, and you see some of the internal commentary about these guys and their stuff. So not a big deal, but something to be aware of for future. And that's what I had to say. So thank you very much for giving me the time.
Thank you, Mr. Wills. I appreciate it. I see that we have 3 more. So Clint, who's next?
You have Rebecca Wilkinson.
Miss Wilkinson, you're up. Can you hear us?
Ms. Wilkinson, we see your name, but you'll need to unmute yourself.
Miss Wilkinson? Rebecca? Hello?
You can't,
Oh.
she's not going to hear you more by yelling.
Why don't we, well, I'm trying. Yeah. Why don't we go to somebody else, Clint, and see if she can figure out what's going on? We'll get back to her. Clint?
Yes, sir. Got Kimberly Buchheit.
Okay, Ms. Buckite?
Boo, kite.
Kite.
Like a ghost and a kite. Right?
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
says.
Great. Kim Buchheit, 252 Spring Run Circle, Longwood. Good evening. Congratulations, Chairman and Commissioners elected last month and recently sworn. I'm speaking in opposition to the Geneva Ski Lake development and asking the Commissioners to reverse the development order as previously approved by staff. I'm going to stay away from the technical issues and focus on accountability, transparency, and trust. These are the very same beautiful poetic words used by the majority of this board while adamantly committing to protect the rural boundary during the recently completed campaign season. We all know that protecting the rural boundary has been a very popular topic for discussion over the past several years, and we also know that that is what is really at issue here. I respect each and every one of you and believe that you are honorable, principled individuals that wish to be true to your word. That is why, with confidence, I can thank you in advance for your vote to strike down the development order for this project. The fact that a project of this nature within the rural boundary was able to garner approval without a public hearing and board approval is at odds with the codes that were mentioned and are in conflict with protecting the rural character and the natural resources of Eastern Seminole County and your personal commitments to do so. And that is the real problem that we need to get to the root of and resolve. You can put this to rest here and now, which is what the people of Seminole County are asking you to do, what they elected you to do. Tonight, the people of Seminole County are watching and listening. You have a unique opportunity, and in fact, we believe that you have an obligation to back up your words, your promises to protect the rural boundary with every fiber of your being, and follow up with action. Please deny this development order because it is the right thing to do based on the promises that you have all made to protect this fragile and important area of Seminole County. Yes, the current status of this project calls attention to some flaws that exist in the protections of the eastern rural boundary. I'm confident that this board understands the gravity of the situation and will take appropriate action to reverse the development order. In the future, I also hope that the commissioners will work to shore up the protections for the rural area that you have promised to keep intact. I'll leave you with this thought. Keep in mind that not everyone is against development within the rural boundary. The only people that really care about maintaining protections over our county's most effective recharge areas are the people that drink water. Thank you again. Good night.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, Clint?
Yes, sir. We should be bringing Tamara in.
I have an Adam Hurst. Here's that who you're bringing in?
Tamara Dowling.
Tamara Dowling, okay. Ms. Dowling?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. My name is Tamara Dowling. I'm at 5130 Morning Dew Loop. And much of what I wanted to say was already stated by others, so I will be brief. The developer's own statement at the beginning of this meeting was that they cannot guarantee that the lake will continually hold water. If the onset, they cannot commit to the lake's continued use, then we should all be questioning its purpose. Further information was shared that indicates the lake will not hold water to be usable for skiing. So why create such an expensive amenity for the subdivision if its actual capability to be reasonably used as a ski lake cannot be guaranteed? The answer is simple. It's because it's clearly a borrow pit without a borrow pit permit. Therefore, as stated by the appellant, this development is not in compliance with numerous sections of the Land Development Code meant to protect Seminole County and has no environmental impact study completed to help us to understand the effects on the Geneva lens. Therefore, I kindly request you to grant the appeal. Thank you.
Bless you.
Thank you very much, Tamara. We now have two people still, Mr. Adam Hurst and Rebecca Wilkinson. Which one is next, Clint?
Mr. Adam Hurst.
Okay. Mr. Hurst?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, all. My name is Adam Hurst. I live at 1475 Devaney Court, that's in Geneva, and I am the elected president of the Lake Harney Estates Homeowners Association.
Okay.
I'm speaking here this evening as a representative of those who have not shown up either in person or on this call to voice support for the fact that there are substantial issues that we believe have been skipped in this process of going through this approval. And not the least of which is the potential contamination to the groundwater. Of the 250 homes that I represent as part of the HOA, each one being on a 5-acre parcel, over 1,200 acres, and all of those acreage rely on the groundwater. There is no county sewage system. There is no county water system. We are all dependent on the natural aquifer, which is referred to as the Geneva bubble. My constituents that I represent are very concerned about the potential contamination because there is no plan B. Once the aquifer is contaminated with oil or runoff or sewage, there is nowhere for us as residents of the area to potentially get our supply of water from. So that includes both drinking water as well as potable water as well as water for our animals. Our greatest concern is the environmental impact as well as the way that this is being pushed through without proper studies as well as additional mitigating factors that would protect those who are not part of this initial development where this potential this new development has the potential to impact those that the developer itself is not taking into consideration. And I hope that my voice as a representative of those in my community can be heard, and those of the commission can also take into consideration that they represent a larger audience and that their voices also need to be considered as part of this development cycle. Thank you all for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I believe we have Rebecca Wilkinson back. So Clint, can you get through?
I'm here.
Hey, good.
I get kicked out every time I see you announce me. Thank you. I just want to...
Rebecca, we need your name and address for the record, please.
1240 Brumley Road, Juliota. I want to share with you an experience I had this past summer with a situation. It was in Orange County where something called BioEarth Farms was bringing dirt from Orange County, right at the corner of Pickett Road and Fort Christmas Road. And instead of, they were taking it up to Sanford, to the was the landings at Riverbend, and they were dumping their dirt up there. And instead of going up 419 to over to 417 and up into Sanford, they took it the back road on Lake Mills Road and then right down to Leota Road. And this went on for over 2 weeks. And I have to say, the noise was deafening, and the trucks were coming by every 4 minutes, and there'd be one coming one way and one coming the other. And it went on for 2 weeks, and I couldn't, even in the house with all the windows closed, even with earplugs in, it was terrible. And those trucks were huge, and they were really heavy. Driving up our Seminole County roads, and I was wondering at the time, are they allowed to do that? But I feel very bad for these people up in Geneva if this happens to them, because it is pretty hellish putting up with that. And they start early in the morning, and they, this outfit did stop around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but it was horrible all day long. And we're home all day long during this pandemic. So I'm just wanted to share that with you, because it is not a pleasant thing to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being so patient with us. Although I have to say, I think everybody's doing so much better at these now. We've been getting a lot of experience.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. I think, is there anyone else, Clint?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. And Clint, thank you very much for all your hard work and effort to put this through. I think all of you know that we have been trying to do this hybrid for a long time, and this gives people who otherwise would not be able to be here the opportunity to speak, and I think it's wonderful. And the whole commission, I think, has made this a priority to allow folks during this pandemic to have this opportunity. Okay, we are now at the point that we will have the applicant,
Mr. Chairman,
not the appellant.
are we going to close public comments?
No, we're not going to close public comments yet. Right now, we're now going to the applicant, who will be able to rebut. So, Mr. Barfield, because, and then we will go back to the appellant. So, Mr. Barfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard a lot tonight, and really what is at issue, and we've heard a lot that is not in the appeals, quite frankly. Really, what is at issue tonight is what the ordinances provide and whether or not we've complied with it. Not what we wish the ordinance provided or what we hope something would provide in the future. It's what is before us tonight. And developers and other people doing business in the county have a right to rely upon the ordinances, and unless they're asking for something different, they're entitled to do what the ordinances permit them to do. But obviously, the big elephant in the room is the ski lake. Now, Mr. Bear brought up a couple of letters, and he made a remark about these engineers were not paid, but this is just what they think. Well, we have paid an engineer, and the reason we paid an engineer is because we want them to put the time in to make sure that the responses that we are providing are accurate and that can be relied upon by the county. So with that said, Mr. Devo Siraram is here. Mr. Siraram is one of the preeminent geotechnical engineers in the area. In fact, Seminole County was a former client of his, I believe, which he'll tell you more about, when they did the Geneva Lens study. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Suraram, and then I will address the specific issues on the appeal when he's done. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Devo, D-E-V-O. My background is I have all my degrees from the University of Florida, my bachelor's, my master's.
I'm sorry, sir, you're going to have to
Sorry,
address.
my name is Devo Siriram,
And you're-
4803 Lincoln Avenue, Orlando, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. All degrees Florida, bachelor's, master's, PhD. Got out in '86, joined the consulting profession in Orlando. In the early 90s, I was appointed by Seminole County to be their hydrogeologic expert on the Geneva Task Force. I served on that for several months as their lead expert. There was one other appointee who was Ken Wright, Schutzenbowen from the county, and we both served in that committee representing the county's interests, and we came up with the regulations for what you see today. That was created by us in the early 90s. So we did the original Geneva freshwater study. Now, I would recommend everybody in this room check me out. My name is Devo, Devo Engineering. You'll hear from developers, we do not hire Devo. He's very good, but he's very conservative in all his decisions. He's too conservative, and he makes our projects too expensive to develop. So I'm not here as a hired gun. I'm not here as a voodoo hydrologist, and I'm not here as a promoter of junk science. I have been doing this now for over 34 years. This is all I have done. On this particular site, we do not have 4 borings, but we have 10 deep borings. The report that was done on an original lake footprint that was further downhill, and we have since done additional borings which have been submitted to the county, so there are a total of 10 borings throughout this pit. Now I want to get to the next slide. How do I advance this? This one? The other one. Right. Okay. What I'd like to explain is this particular project is less impactful or not as impactful as a traditional stormwater pond on a single-family subdivision. What we have here is the lithologic well log at the corner of Mims Road and Geneva Road, and it shows you the 3 different layers and shows you the depths of the aquifers. But I'll come back to that in 1 second. Let me get to the other slide, which shows you the Geneva freshwater lens relative to the site. Now, within the middle of the lens, the aquifer starts at a depth of about 100 feet, and it's approximately 600 feet thick in the middle. That is very thick. In Lake County, in the middle of the green swamp, we have 1,000 to 1,500 feet. Here in Geneva, we have 600 feet. In the Bahamas, we have 25 feet, and we make that work. So here we are in the middle of the lens, where we have very thick fresh water, and we have a very thick confining layer. Now, it was also said that we did not look at the wells next door, but we did. We went to all the residents and got the information we could, which is on this map.
Sir, okay. Sir, I can't have you speaking over him while he's speaking. Everybody has had their chance, I'm sorry. We will have questions, okay? Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, yeah. Now, we did make an attempt to go to everyone where you see not available. The residents said they did not have the information. But typically, what you're seeing is on that property, you're seeing the casing depth is 116 feet, and the well depth is 260 feet. Now, what I want to do is flip back to this particular diagram, which shows you where they are excavating. If you look at that carefully, they are only going into that top sand layer, which is what we call the post-Miocene deposits, And then below that 20 feet, down to 80 feet, there is a thick confining layer separating the Geneva freshwater lens, which is in a limestone, from the superficial aquifer. That's the first thing. In terms of protection, this is just a sliver we're removing above the lens. The second item that was completely incorrect that you heard today is that this lake will not hold water. That is absolutely untrue. We have done 10 wells, which we have monitored. I do not believe that the folks have seen all the data, but the concern from the county as we sit here today is not that the lake will not have water. The concern is that the lake will have too much water. That the lake level we are proposing is going to be overwhelmed by the groundwater. That is the concern from the county right now. And what we have proposed is that we're going to use a flashboard system on the lake, so we adjust that so there is no discharge and we are not wasting any fresh water. But the concern is the opposite of everything you've heard today, where they're saying that this is going to be a dry hole in the ground. The concern is that we're going to be trending above elevation 40 in terms of the lake level. That's based on the data we have today. And we understand what has happened at Lake Moran. We've looked at the rainfall records for this summer. They have had 37 inches of rain this summer. That's why they're seeing record lake levels on Lake Moran. It's about 26.5 feet NAVD today, which is at least 2.5 feet above normal water levels. This particular area is, when they dig it, they're going to get 10 feet of dry sand, and then they're going to go 10 feet into the water table. We are not guessing this information. This is done from survey, from deep well installation, and from doing borings. And we have recorded these water levels on multiple occasions on this lake. So there's no, the information you've heard today is completely false, incorrect, and I'm not sure where it's coming from. I understand the residents may have concerns that there's going to be a dry hole dug and abandoned in this area. That is not going to be a problem. There is going to be sufficient water in this lake. And we are not guessing this. I've done, in my career, maybe over 1,000 lakes like this for subdivisions. So this is not a guessing game. We have done precise well installations, precise surveys, and periodic measurements of it. So I'm just here to answer those two questions regarding the geology, which I heard were incorrect. And I understand the residents' concerns. I've been through this in the 90s, in the early 90s. I sat in all the committees, reviewed all the data with the USGS, and we came up with this regulation that you have in front of you today. And this particular site does not suffer from the problems that have been described to you today. With that, I will close and take any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions by the commission?
I do.
Okay. Commissioner Zimbauer.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying the concern is going to be too much water.
Correct.
So you believe that your testing shows that there's going to be more water than what is actually needed in the lake? And that's going to be handled again, how?
We have proposed a starting elevation of plus 40 for the lake, which is about 16 feet above Lake Moran as it stands currently. We are recording water table elevations in the mid-40s on the western boundary of the lake footprint right now. We are recording levels of about 37 on the eastern boundary. So we know it's going to stabilize between those two levels. And what we have done in the past, instead of trying to fix that number now, we put a wear control that has a flashboard, so we can actually adjust that so there's no water discharge, and we can raise it if we needed to prevent discharge from the lake.
Okay, and if you could, can you be kind enough to go back to the slide that showed the adjoining well areas?
Yes.
So the designation where it says NA, are you saying that's not available or no access, or what are you referring to there?
On the top left, there is a legend that says homeowner, NA equal homeowner does not know.
So how many wells immediately around there did you actually access?
Every point you see on that map.
Okay, so it looks like you have 2?
No. We have, you see the 160,
I see that.
you see the 120, 180,
Okay.
the 150. Then you see on site the 116 and the 260. And then certainly we have the site 17, which is on the corner of Old Mims Road and Snow Hill Road.
But none, it looks like you've got several that are immediately adjacent to it that you weren't able to access.
The
Is that-
homeowners did not have the information on them. We were able to access them, but the homeowner did not know their well depths.
So they had no idea what the well depths were, or you weren't able to contact them to get the well depth information? I mean, most people out in my district know how deep their well is the reason I'm asking.
Yeah, but this is information that we have. Most people did not know how deep their wells were.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, wait a minute, Commissioner Zimbauer, are you finished, or you want to continue?
Not quite.
Okay, and then Commissioner Delory.
So that we're clear, you believe, based on your expertise and your training, your experience, that this will not be a dry hole. It's quite the opposite. It'll be more concerning with excess water than it will be not enough water.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure I was clear on that.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I've got, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Dory, Commissioner Dory.
Yes, quick question. I'm seeing what I believe is 2 different colors, and please excuse me, sometimes I really can't tell color differences. There's like a white or a yellow color, and then there's also like a blue or a purple color, correct?
Yes.
What's the difference?
If you look at the top, you'll see the yellow is the well depth.
Okay.
And the blue is the casing depth.
Got it. I did not know that, because I'm counting, there's like 22 that you have not been able to determine what those depths were,
Correct.
roughly.
And that's, we have run into that before where residents just simply don't know. We got lucky on site because the well actually had a tag with the information on it. The recent construction wells, they have little tags on them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, okay, wait a minute. Is Commissioner Delory, are you finished?
I had a quick question, but I'll yield to Commissioner Zimbauer.
Just real quick, and I apologize, if I may, if you'll indulge me for a moment with the residents that are here. Can I get a show of hands of how many residents were contacted by Mr. Devo that live adjacent or immediately around this property? So nobody here was contacted by Mr. Devo or his group? Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the latitude.
Commissioner Delory.
So a couple of questions that I had, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, was that there was a bunch of questions, or I should say potential development order conditions that staff was going to put on the site plan, and there was like 6 of them that I could, no, I'm sorry. There's 7 of them. And the one that the applicant was complaining about was item number 3, which was at any time the final plat approval of development must provide separate bond of other instruments accepted by the county for additional requirements of the maintenance bond in the amount of 110% of construction costs to guarantee that the fluctuation of the ski lake design, it holds water. So what you're saying is that it's going to hold water, but it's holding too much water.
Yes.
So this really shouldn't be an issue then?
No, but I understand if the county wants it in there, I'm okay with that. I mean, showing that it is going to hold water, I don't know why that's even a condition. If this were a standard issue subdivision, there'd be no question about that.
Yeah, because there's another condition, I mean, if we're going to go down that route, I'd like to add another condition that the geotechnical report demonstrates to negative visibility of the lake has no negative impact of the Geneva bubble, must be presented to us prior to final engineering approval and approved by the board. So, I mean, you wouldn't have a problem with that either, then?
We are working on a final report right now. We got the additional data in. What has been presented to the county was a preliminary report. We have since sent substantial additional data that we discussed with Mr. Jim Potter at the county, where he wanted the additional borings. We have done that and submitted that to him. So we had 4, we added 6 more borings, so we have a total of 10 borings throughout the site.
Okay, some of these, I know some of these questions are, for you, sir, but some of them may be for Mr. Barfield also. So I saw that Commissioner Lockhart had her hand up.
Sure.
And I'm sorry, go ahead.
So could you tell me when the borings were completed? Or if you did them in stages, what the stages were?
We had 2 stages. The first stage is when we had a concept sketch of where the ski lake would be constructed. When we got the final plan, there was a shift in the final configuration of the ski lake a bit more to the west. So we did a second series of borings further to the west. And that was, those last set of water table readings were completed on December the 2nd. And I believe the information was sent to Mr. Potter within the last 4 or 5 days.
Okay, so the first set of borings were completed, and I'm not going to stick you, but like in July, August, September?
Yes.
Which?
Earlier this summer.
Okay. So I think one of my concerns that was actually pointed out by one of the residents talking about the borings that were done, I don't question your expertise, and certainly we have wonderful staff, but I'm sort of looking for an independent third person that I can look to for some advice as well. And so I was looking at the St. John's Water Management District response, and on their second response in September 30th, they noted on page 3 that in addition, the wetland borings referenced in the geotechnical report shown on Exhibit 7 as being located in uplands and above the wetland line. I'll spare everybody all of it, but basically there was concern that at least back on September 30th, there was yet to be enough information provided to St. John's that there would not be negative impacts.
Okay, I have addressed those comments from St. John's, and if you go to their website, you'll find my response to that very same question.
Okay.
Those are not wetland borings, those are wetland fringe borings.
Okay.
They were not meant to be in the wetlands, and in terms of the potential impact, I have addressed that with some nice maps in my response to St. John's.
Okay.
That's in a supplement 1 report which I've done, and that was submitted some time ago back to St. John's.
Okay, and does our staff have that?
I am not sure, but it's available online. I believe, yes, I believe I've sent that to Mr. Potter.
Okay, thank you.
Diva, your credentials are unquestioned, but today I contacted the St. John's, and they still are waiting for information from you to approve what Commissioner Lockhart has said. I just wanted that for the record, since we're all talking about facts. And I just wanted them to know that they have still not given you a permit, and they're still, I think the latest is they're still waiting for answers from you. That was what they told me today when I called them.
I'll have to check with Keith Trace, but that document was submitted about a month ago because Kim was submitting it to St. John's. I gave it to Kim.
And I appreciate that. I'm not questioning your credentials. I'm simply saying, and they said they have asked for additional information still today. They're still waiting. This is not a dispute. I'm just stating a fact. Right. I wanted all the facts out on there, but
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay.
That's the first time
that's fine.
that.
We're not here to say whether you're going to or not going to get a permit. Okay, I just wanted to put that out on the table because Commissioner Lockhart brought up the St. John's, and you said that you sent. I just wanted to make sure that we had it all. That doesn't mean that you won't get it. I'm just simply saying that that's what I was told today.
Well, but the St. John's website, everything is online. and you can actually go access it and view it under the RAI responses. And I've given that to the lead engineer about a month ago.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there any other questions of Devo? If not, I'd like to, Mr. Barfield, would you come back, because you said you wanted to come back up, and please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, one thing is true. We have not completed engineering. We don't have all of our permits. We do not have a right to build anything yet. Yes, we're working with St. John's. It is not at all uncommon for there to be numerous requests for additional information because St. John's is very thorough. They do a very good job. So all the issues which St. John's has brought up either have been addressed partially, or will be addressed in the future. And if we don't address them, guess what? We're not getting a permit, and we're not digging a lake. So that's kind of not the issue that's in front of the commission tonight. The issue is, have we complied with the ordinances that the county has in place?
Well, if I may, Mr. Barfield, I'm so sorry, and I know it's rude for me to interrupt, but I'm going to do it anyway. I think the reason why I went to that point was because in your opening comments, you stated that you had done tons of borings. And so I questioned that when I heard that tons equaled 4, and then I learned that tons equaled 10. So the testimony that you're providing to us to make our decision tonight, it is something that I'm going to go there to ask about relevancy.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that.
All right,
And I have no problem with the borings. And if I said tons, I misspoke. I didn't mean to. We've done many borings, and both not only groundwater, but soil borings, which we have to do. And there's more borings that we're going to have to do in order to get the permitting completed.
Okay.
It's just the engineering process. I'm sorry, I was looking around. I didn't see you speaking, so I didn't know if it was coming from behind me or not. If you look at your staff report, file number 2020-2424, they go through each element of the appeal. And there was 4 or 5 issues raised, and they addressed each element from a standpoint of whether it complies with the ordinance or not. And staff has been very clear that we're in compliance with the ordinance. I've heard tonight that we had to come before the commission for an excavation permit. That simply is not the case. There is an exception in the in the ordinance, which specifically says if we're doing it in furtherance of the development of a subdivision, platting is in the development of a subdivision, we are exempt from those permits. I've heard tonight that because subsection G, which immediately follows subsection F, required the materials to stay on site, ipso facto, that means subsection F, if you're excavating in furtherance of a plat or a development, that material has to stay on site as well. That simply is not true. And Mr. Chipok has prepared a memorandum which provides you with the legal basis that the fact that it is omitted from that subsection F and included in other sections means that it wasn't intended to be applicable to subsection F. I've heard tonight that open space has to be used for agricultural purposes in a cluster development. That simply is not true. Section 30.109 says you have open space and says it may be used for agricultural development, including silviculture, which also includes fish hatcheries. Doesn't say shall, it says may, which means other uses can be used as well, can be achieved as well. The same language is in the future land use plan. The word may is used there as well. There's no distinction between open space in chapter 30 than in any other zoning classification. In fact, if you look at your definition of open space, all open space is a parcel of land or body of water that is clear from the surface to the air, and it's used for three purposes, one of which is recreation. Then you go further into your ordinance that defines, more particularly defines open space. And that particular section states that it defines what open space can be used for in a residential setting, and it refers to a subsection E. Subsection E contains a table, and in that table, it says borrow pit. As long as the borrow pit is sodded, landscaped, or maintained as a water feature. That's your ordinances. We're not asking for that definition. That's in your ordinance. And that can be found at section 30.1344, parent C, subparent 13, and then parent E, then section E of that section as well. I've heard tonight that open space has to be a situation where animals can traverse it. Nowhere in that definition does that occur. I've heard tonight, and by the way, animals are pretty smart. If there's an obstacle, they go through it, over it, or around it. Excuse me just a moment. I've heard tonight that this is going to be a big hole in the ground, not going to contain water. It's going to be an eyesore to the neighbors, and there's going to be a chain link fence around it. That's not true either, because the development order requires us to provide adequate buffers. They have to be landscaped to preserve the rural corridor, and there's no indication it's going to fence it, and the buffers are at least 50 feet in some areas on the, I believe it's the north end. It's, the actual lake is about 200 feet from the roadway. I heard tonight that the lake has to be 2,300 feet long and excessively wide. I don't remember the number, but what I recall about that was for it to handle 3 events. We're not asking to do events on this lake. It is an amenity for the homeowners only. We're not putting on events. It's not intended to be a regulation competition ski lake. It is intended to provide recreational activities to the 12 residents that live in that community. We've heard a lot of talk about damage to the Geneva lens. I'm not going to go back over what Mr. Sewer-Ram stated, but if you looked at the exhibit that he provided, there's 80 feet, about 85 feet between the bottom of the well and the lens itself, and there's multiple feet. We're required to stay a minimum of 10 feet. We're multiple times that between the bottom of the lake and the confining layer. Again, as staff has indicated, we are compliant with the ordinance. We made sure we were compliant with the ordinance, and this appeal should be denied on the basis that at least the arguments that they have put forth are unfounded and not supported by any facts.
Thank you, Mr. Barfield. Are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Delory?
Can you address item number 3 and the additional comments of 1 through 7 that staff presented to us in an email?
I can, and mine is a practical comment. It's not based on geotechnical engineering. All things being equal, the water level should be sufficient within the lake. But there are times and if you think back to the not so distant past, early 2000, mid 19 mid-1990s, there has been instances of severe drought. But those are, as I said before, those are transitory. And my question is, what does not function of a ski lake mean? The only thing that can mean is if the water level goes down. The only reason the water level would go down, as from Mr. Siraram's perspective, is we know what the natural water level is, but droughts are just that. It is a unnatural deviation from the normal water level. So my point is that bond, if there is a drought, I don't know if there's going to be one or not, but let's assume there is a drought. First of all, they're typically temporary in nature as opposed to permanent. Secondly, what is the bond going to protect? The only way to, assuming it is an event of a drought, the only way to correct the lake level would be to supplement the water by way of a well, which nobody wants to do, or dig the lake deeper, which nobody wants to do. Fact of the matter is, when the drought is over, the water will come back to its normal level and the lake will be fine. That was what I was trying to convey, and I'm not so sure that the bond addresses the problem.
Further questions? Commissioner Herr?
Yes, can you address the concern with regard to the easement, and specifically item B, D, and H? If the easement is a requirement to progress, can you comply with those?
Well, first of all, the easement is a form which has, and if you read through the entire easement, it is a form, and it is supposed to be tailored to the specific subdivision. It is not pull it out of the statute and just sign it and record it. It's tailored to the specific subdivision. Staff in this particular instance chose not to call the lake, or not to consider the lake part of the open space. But that doesn't mean that we're not complying with the open space requirements within the A5 zoning or the cluster zoning.
So maybe I'm going to go back to the very beginning of the easement and address the statement, the following open space easement form is adopted as an approved form consistent within the provision of this code. So with those modifications, your contention is that it's still consistent with the code, even though these three things that would clearly not be consistent.
If you read the notes, and what the notes say is supplement the easement for particular specifics of the subdivision. That doesn't mean that staff couldn't permit a ski lake as open space because it's within your ordinance. There is nothing that says in your ordinance that open space cannot be used for recreational purposes. As a matter of fact, it says it can.
Then the next question that I have with regard to that is, can you do the math for us? Because there seems to be discrepancy with regard to whether or not it actually meets the criteria for the right number of acres. Is the lake counted into the calculation?
Typically what happens, from my understanding, is the 1 unit per 5 acres is post-development versus pre-development. And we are maintaining a 1 unit per 5 acre post-development for the net developable acres pre-development.
So I'm probably going to need clarification from that.
Staff probably.
For staff, yeah.
We'll have questions for staff. Any further questions for Mr. Barfield? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to hear from the applicant and their rebuttal. Geneva, Mr. Baer.
Thank
Thank you, Brady. And I know that I promised I'd be happy to answer questions. I'm very happy to answer questions, but I would like the opportunity to respond to some of the issues.
This is rebuttal time. You can go ahead, and then we can ask the questions after that.
Thank you. Can we put the slide, sir? Can we put the slide back up? Or actually, yep, other one. Was this, where's your geologist? Was this your geologist's slide? Yes. Okay. Can I pass over? Doesn't work? I'm hoping this has the same SPT boring that the geotechnical report did, but it unfortunately does
Good job.
not.
What are you looking for?
I'm sorry. Can you go ahead and put my PDF up there? So I will just refer to it then. So in the geotechnical evaluation, which the applicant submitted to the county, and which is the only geotechnical data that was made publicly available by the county to people that made public records requests for this information, there are 4 SPT borings shown. Maybe they've done more SPT borings since. That certainly would be relevant. Not to get ahead of myself, but that's why all this stuff should be done under the guidance of Section 64, or Chapter 65, rather than sort of ad hoc, oh, we have these tests done afterwards that everybody hasn't seen, everybody hasn't evaluated. But either way, so in the geotechnical report that they submitted, there's 4 SPT borings, which are deep borings, PB1, PB2, PB3, and PB4. David Wilshaw, who I provided you the report of, noted that in 2 of the SPT borings, there were confining clay layers found. Those are PB2 and PB3, which I wish I could give you the visual representation of, but they're on page 24 of the geotechnical report that the applicant submitted. They show green clay confining sand on the bottom, as David Wilshaw noted in his report. PB1 and PB4 do not show green or any other sufficiently confining clay sand at the bottom of them. Hence his concern that the 4 SPT borings within the lake were not sufficient information to deduce the broad conclusions that they were. Like I said, maybe they have more relevant SPT borings now. Those should be shared with everybody, and those should be evaluated candidly before we come, in front of the commissioners. Again, that's why Chapter 65, is configured the way it is, and that's why St. John's Water Management's report is supposed to be completed already. We're not supposed to be in the middle of that, with you guys being asked to make a substantive evaluation without having the information, without having all the background information. There was a, do you mind putting our PDF up there? No. The applicant's attorney made a couple of claims about what our argument were, which is not correct. So he stated that our position is that because 65.1G specifically states that there is a requirement, basically it reiterates the requirement that all the dirt has to stay on the property. Therefore, our argument is that has to be read into subsection F. That is not our argument, nor is it what I said. What I said is the predicatory language to all of those 7 subsections is that the dirt has to stay on the land. And so 65.1 this is what I call the predicatory language. When they are located on private property, that phrase applies to all of these subsections. That's why we know that subsection F refers only to activity where it's staying on the property, not as is claimed because subsection G reiterates that. It was claimed that our argument is that open space has to be agricultural land. That is certainly not our argument, never was the argument that we made. Open space all the time is an agricultural land. Your agricultural land where there's cows grazing or you're farming, open space is just space that is not developed. Doesn't have to be agriculture, it can be all kinds of things. He also, interestingly, the same error that I pointed out in our initial presentation that staff was making previously by trying to define open space by referring to section 30.1344. I noted that 30.1344 does have a lot of definitions of open space, but what it also has is the second clause here, 31.1344A2, which reads, "This section shall not apply to residential developments in ... A5." All the definitions in 30.1344 do not apply to the open space that we're talking about being the necessary open space for cluster zoning in this A5 development. It might be an understandable mistake to make because most of the developments that come before the commission are not in the rural boundary. But this one is. This section doesn't apply. And then the last thing I wanted to address is it was said that the distance of the lake that we pointed out is not really a valid concern because they're not planning to do events there. Well, what they did say they were going to do is use the lake for slalom skiing, supposedly. And the whole point of going into this is I think to show that this is a ruse, it's a farce. It's not really going to be doing any of this stuff. So I showed you guys, and I didn't know that they were going to say it's for slalom skiing before this hearing. They said it's for slalom skiing. And so I showed you, well, how long does a slalom course have to be? And right here, it says Slalom Lake. Well, the pointer stopped working, but it says 1975. If you're really trying to dig a slalom lake, 1975 feet, they say at a minimum. This lake is significantly shorter than that.
Just to be clear, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. You mean that you're adding the 1,600 with the 375?
Correct. They're saying
Okay, thank you.
it has usable 1,600 feet, which leaves only 375 feet at either end for the turnaround and setup. So they're saying this lake, Bearfield Foot, is 1,675, and they say that is the minimum length ski lake. Minimum length ski lake. So, again, I hesitate to belabor all these points because that's not really what you're supposed to be up here evaluating the merits of this. But this illustrates that it's a ruse. And you're also not supposed to be up here evaluating the geotechnical data. But the point of it is none of that's established, which is why we're supposed to be going through Chapter 65. It's important. That's the procedure set up to make sure that you guys have an opportunity to get it right, not so that opportunity is taken away from you and given to unelected staff. So I won't hold you hostage anymore. I'll allow you guys to ask whatever questions you have.
Is there any question? Yes.
I do, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear, there were some statements made by Ms. Harmon, and maybe she's the best to address this so that somebody's not speaking for her. And I know I've been here 15, we've all been here 15 hours, so maybe I didn't hear.
Yeah. Nobody speaks for me, Jay, you know that.
Of course, I know that well. So I thought in your presentation, you had indicated that this was being evaporated for agricultural uses, and it could never be used again for agricultural uses, and that was the intent, and that was one of the concerns. Is that not what I heard?
I said it, but that's not the way I wanted you to hear it.
Ms. Harmon, would you speak into the
I'm sorry.
microphone?
What I'm saying is when you look at open space and open space as required in the Section 109, or even as cluster subdivisions, open space is, as Dave said, it's trees, It can be trees, it can be anything. But one of the points of this clause and the purpose of a cluster subdivision is to preserve agricultural land so it can be used in the future. So the land can be with trees and everything, but it can be modified for agricultural uses in accordance with the state of Florida's rules on on farming. It can also be done for Seminole County to allow, if they come under and ask for a bona fide agricultural use, they can then clear the land and put cattle on it. They can actually do a fish farm under a bona fide agricultural use.
Right.
It's allowed.
I just wanted to be clear in what I heard and
Yeah.
and
I'm
what
sorry.
Mr. Baer just said versus what I heard.
Yeah.
And what you just clarified. I'm clear on what I understood then.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions from me?
I don't believe so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
all.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of the appellant? Any other questions of the appellant? Okay.
Not at this time.
Okay. Any questions? So what I'm going to do is, before we close the public hearing, and just bring it on to the commission, I'm going to say, right now, this is the time. Staff, applicant, appellant, chance to ask any questions of any of them. Anybody's got a question?
I do have questions for staff.
I think-
Okay. All right, let's go. Commissioner Herr.
Mr. Chairman, could we maybe take a 5 or 10 minute break just to
Sure, let's go to 10 o'clock.
clear out what questions I may have for staff myself? And
No
maybe-
problem.
We've heard a lot.
Everybody
Maybe
okay, 10
digest
o'clock?
that.
Okay, 10 o'clock. Is that enough time? Waiting for Commissioner Malloy. He's coming. Well, everybody's been very patient. So, we're in now the stage. If I can get everybody's attention, please. We are now at the stage of the questions. Commission can question anybody, staff, applicant, appellant, anyone. So we'll be going through all of that, and I'm going to, I think, Commissioner Herr, were you the one that had the floor then? I will go, what I'll do is I'll start down the road and go back and forth. So, Mr. Zimbauer, go right ahead, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my apologies, this may be a little lengthy because I've got questions for multiple parties that are very important to me, and hopefully it is equally important to my fellow commissioners. I'd like to start with our legal staff. Mr. Chipak.
Yes, sir.
So this evening, we've heard a lot, and you may want to make notes of this, and I may have to come back to you. I'm going to ask you quite a few questions. We've heard a lot about statements and allegations regarding Section 65.1, 65.2, 65.6, 65.7, 30.109, 30.111, and Section 183. So I'd like to have a synopsis. I know, and I'm fully aware of the memorandum that was given to us based on the staff's analysis. So if you're prepared at the moment to give us your legal opinion on what was stated tonight based on those codes and based on what codes were relied upon by our staff for clarity of everyone. You know, I spent enough time in courtrooms that I clearly understand good arguments versus not so good arguments and what may stick on the wall and not stick on the wall. But I want to hear it straight from our legal staff, what our legal staff believes was relied upon, should have been relied upon, versus what's been stated here tonight. If you're ready to give us that. If not, I can move to someone else with another question and come back.
No, I am.
Okay.
And can I add to that, just for the purposes of time, Section 1.2 and 30.1344, and then we won't have to redo this.
Mr. Chipoff, can you do that?
I can start with the application of Chapter 65 to the situation.
Okay.
Take
And
one thing at a
maybe-
time.
I'm having trouble hearing you. I know
Okay.
you've got your mask off, but if you can pull
Okay.
that closer, maybe speak a little louder, be helpful.
Okay, I'll use my radio voice.
There we go.
When looking at statutes, again, you apply the plain meaning. And in the Siegel case, which I had cited in the materials I gave you earlier, the court also stated that, quote, "Our interpretation of the plain meaning is enforced by the canon of statutory construction expressio unius est exclusio alteris," meaning if it's included one place but not included another, it's intentionally not included. Okay?
Okay.
And the canons of statutory construction are not ancient law which doesn't apply. It's active and living. It's how we interpret things. In the case of Avila versus Miami-Dade County, the court stated that when the legislature uses a term in one section of that statute but omits it in other sections of the same statute, we will not imply it where it has not been we will not imply it where it has been excluded. Okay? Court went on to say, the legislative use of different terms in different portions of the same statute is strong evidence that different meanings are intended. Okay? And in case law, which just came out on November 25th, a couple of weeks ago, in Indian River County versus Ocean Concrete, Inc., the court stated, a statute must be given its plain and obvious meaning when the language is, quote, is clear and unambiguous and conveys a clear and definitive meaning. The court went on to state, every statute must also be read as a whole with meaning ascribed to every portion and due regard given to the semantic and contextual interrelationship between its parts. Okay, that's the statutory construction background. And if you'll indulge me for a moment.
Which we will, and for the benefit of the public as well as us, if you can give that to us in layman's terms when you get done
Translate it.
going through
Yes.
that.
Okay. Could I get the overhead on, please? This is section 65. This is section 65.1 of the borough permit, and the section is called Permit Required. And it goes to state that borough permits may be permitted in any zoning district, on real property as an interim use if the board determines that all the terms and conditions of this chapter will be met by the applicant. It's unlawful for any person to operate or cause a borough pit or borough area or conduct mining or excavation without a permit from the board or their designated representative. Permits for removal of up to 10,000 cubic yards may be approved by the manager of the Development Review Division and Operations. Removing more than 10,000 yards will require or shall require a public hearing and Board of County Commissioner approval. Okay? That's the general standard. Now we say, provided, however, which means this is going to start the exception, so we can discount that. That no such permit shall be required for any of the following activities when they are located on private property. Let's apply the canon. Plain meaning. What is the plain meaning of on private property? What is private property? Private property is property that is not federal or state or county property. That's what that says, on private property. So it's not government property. Now, we go down to the exceptions. And the exceptions are varied, and some of them just say like an installation of utilities. But then you come down to C, digging drainage ditches and canals where the locations and sizes, excuse me, have been authorized and approved by the board and county engineer, and if the excavated material is not removed from the tract of land. Okay? Very specifically, the material has to stay on the property. That's also repeated in G, which is for any other lawful use similar to those listed above. Okay? And in that one it says, where the excavation taking
You'll have to
place.
go up, Paul.
Yeah, got a slide.
Oh, sorry.
We're off the slide.
Okay.
Sorry.
Where the excavation is taking place with the approval where the excavated material is not removed from the boundaries of the tract, okay? It's located in C and in G. Now, under the principle of if it's included in some places but not included in others, and we have to read it as a whole, the premise is that the legislature intended that the condition applies here, but does not apply where the conditions are not listed. In subsection F, which is the one that staff has said is applicable in this situation, it's the excavation in conjunction with platting of a subdivision when the activities are approved by the development review engineer or the public works or both. There is no reference to that the excavated material has to stay on site, and in this situation, it's not occurring on federal, state, or county property. It's occurring on private property, and it's occurring in conjunction with a plat. So therefore, this is the exception to the rule that a permit is required because it is being done in conjunction with a plat. And that's, any questions on that? Yes.
So, Mr. Chipok, just to explore that a little bit more, the in conjunction piece, can we assume that the legislature anticipated that the excavation, grading, and moving of earth in conjunction with the platting of a subdivision would contemplate a subdivision like this?
It does not exclude it. Okay, it's being done in conjunction with a platted subdivision. So the rules and regulations for the construction of the subdivision are being applied to this situation. And the necessary permits for the excavation work, for the technical requirements of the Water Management District permit and how they will dig and whatnot are still being applied. The rest of our engineering manual is still applied to how the overall subdivision is going to be constructed, including the lake.
Ask a follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. But can I just say, this is not a legislative, is this not our?
Yeah.
Yes, it is, but there is also, from the case law that I stated, there is, it does apply in the Lee County case. The courts specifically extended these parameters to local legislation as well, so it does apply.
Okay, so I will change my question. My question then will be, do you think that this board, when they adopted this code, contemplated that this would be the type of subdivision that could be platted? And I'll add a tail to the question of how many other subdivisions do we have in this county that would have ever excavated this amount of material? Because I'm thinking if our staff and this board is creating policy ordinances based on what our realm and our sphere of thinking might be, I don't know that anyone would have contemplated this. So I'm just asking if that was, so I've asked way too many questions in one breath. But would this board have contemplated that? Would staff have contemplated that? One. And two, are there any other developments that we can point to in this county that would have, and this is, I'm not expecting you to know this off the top of your head, so maybe other staff could be looking for this answer, this volume of activity in relationship to any other subdivision?
Let me answer the question this way. In interpreting regulations of the county, I tend to be a strict constructionist. I read the plain meanings of the words and then apply the appropriate canons when necessary. Okay? That's what I've done in this situation. In applying this rule to this particular subdivision that includes this particular ski lake, in my opinion, staff has applied the rule correctly. Whether it was the thought process of the original drafters of this, I don't know. But from the language on the paper and a plain reading of it, it has been applied correctly in this particular situation. If the end result is something that the current board does not like, it's within your parameters prospectively to direct staff to,
Change it.
for lack of a better term, plug the holes or get rid of the potential unintended consequences.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I, just to follow up on that, and then I go Commissioner Herr, would you believe, question, that different attorneys would interpret this differently?
I'll use the old adage, if there's one attorney in town, he stars. If there's two attorneys in town, everybody has good business.
That's all I wanted to say. Commissioner Herr.
Well, wait a minute, I don't think unless it's still on this same thing.
It is on the same thing.
'Cause
I'm sorry, yeah.
I was reading interpretation on 30, section 30 and all that still, so.
Yeah, you've got a lot to go.
That is
it's
true.
just on this.
No,
You
that's
know, I
fine.
mean, I'm giving latitude
No, that's
because we
fine.
all have the same questions.
No,
I'll
that's
get back
fine.
to you.
No, that's fine. If there's more exploration where we're at, no, it doesn't make sense to go back.
Yes.
That was my thought. So let's presume that we go through your interpretation. What is the due process for the citizens when staff does it this way? Because the concern that I heard very loud and clear is that with this interpretation, it moves it all into staff's purview and out of the elected official purview, which then takes the citizens out of play.
The only thing I could state is that by the language, by the original drafters of this, they intended to create an exception for when the work was being done in conjunction with a plat. Okay? And if, like I just said previously, if that is beyond what this current board believes the scope and application of the ordinance should be, then it would be for direction to staff to prospectively plug that hole.
And I'm going to have some questions of other staff members that may help
Thank
answer
you.
that. And I'm sure others do as well.
So are we through with this right now so that Commissioner Zimbauer can get back to his questions?
I think I'm done on
Okay.
this portion of section 65.
Thank you.
Which then takes us to section 30.
You have the floor.
Mr. Chiplock, section 30, the references that I inquired about earlier, 30.109.111.
Okay, if you could give me a moment. and
Sure.
That was 30.
30-109, or .109, .111, section 183. I think Commissioner Herr had some inquiries along the same lines with some additional sections.
Was there a particular question, and perhaps this may be better?
Well, I think what I heard from what was said tonight, that we should have been abiding by section 30.109.111 in the review process and consideration of this development.
So I think the specific question on the first one, 30.109, was relative to open space. And is it contemplated that a ski lake is open space? And then is the calculation being done appropriately?
Maybe Rebecca can handle it.
Yeah,
I don't know if Rebecca wants to handle it.
It's you to do it.
Dana Lee Pettick, Planning and Development Division. So Section 30.109 is the optional cluster provisions, and as part of that, it states the area not devoted to development shall be preserved through perpetual open space easement. For this particular development, what staff and what the applicant was considering, the perpetual open space easement area is the wetlands which are being preserved. There's approximately 50 acres of wetlands. And as such, the recorded development order, which Section 109 also requires for this open space easement, Condition N says all remaining areas not platted as the ski lake, rights-of-way, or single-family lots will be dedicated as open space on the final plat. This open space easement will be perpetually restricted to open space and may be utilized for active agricultural use, included but not limited to citrus or other fruit or vegetable crops, grazing and pasturing of animals, and in some cases, silviculture. So that is where we applied the optional cluster provision for the open space. Again, the ski lake, we did not consider it open space. It's the wetlands areas and the buffer tracts that are the open space areas.
So I'll rephrase my question because there seems to be a difference of opinion with the lawyers with regard to, I'm reading your minds out there, to the wetlands being counted or not counted.
Right, so A5 rule is exempt from our open space provision. The only requirement for open space for a subdivision in A5 is if you do the cluster. And it, like I read previously, and I have to flip back to that page now, provided that the area not devoted to development shall be preserved through a perpetual open space easement. So that's the only requirement for open space, is that any land that is not part of the development, and we are considering the ski lake part of the development, is put into this open space easement. And that is accomplished through a recording of an open space easement document with the final plat, which has not been done, and the recording of this development order, which is required by subsection A.
So Dana Lee, with the open space, there's no percentage of space or area that needs to be?
No, there's no requirement for what it is, where it is, how big it is. There's no additional requirements, just anything left over on the land that is not used for the development is put into open space.
But there's a requirement for the remaining land to meet the 5 acre to the number of lots. So when, and this is the discrepancy that I heard multiple times. So I just want somebody to do the math for the new commissioner, I'll own it, for the new commissioner of how this meets that. Are we counting the lake, are we not counting the lake, and are we counting the wetlands, and are we not counting the wetlands? With what's remaining, do we have the A5 requirement needed?
You're asking about the density?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so the ski lake area is counted towards the net buildable area because it could potentially be built on. It doesn't have to be that ski lake. The only requirement, I said that wrong. Basically, the density calculation does include the ski lake area. It's not separate open space. It is counted towards the developable area when doing the density.
And the wetlands?
And the wetlands are not. That is what is separated out, is the wetlands.
Any further questions on this?
I've got a follow-up with staff.
Please do it, unless...
As long as Commissioner Herr is
That's what I'm
comfortable,
saying.
we've got this covered, because I don't want us to jump ahead and have to come back.
Right.
So we heard tonight a borrow permit should have been pulled, should have been a public hearing. In this process that has taken place, what has not been done that otherwise would have been done in a borrow permit request? Because I've seen provisions in the development order which to me appear to be borrow pit type requirements.
Right.
So can you expand upon specifically what was or was not done, other than a public hearing, as far as a borrow permit being done? In other words, if somebody came in with just a borrow permit, none of this happening, what is excluded from what's being done in this situation?
I think I got your question, so I'm going to try to answer it how I understood it. So the development order pulled conditions that are normally found in Chapter 65 and added them as conditions to burden the land. It does not actually issue a permit for a borrow pit. That is what has not been done. So in conjunction with the platting process, which is the exemption to getting the public hearing borrow pit permit or a separate borrow pit permit, is a final engineering plan review. That is what actually issues eventually the permit for site construction, which includes the excavation of the lake. That has not been done. The final engineering plans, we got the first submittal. We have not received the second, and it's still ongoing staff review.
So I've seen hauling schedules. So the requirements that would be put on a borrow permit, are they or are they not in this staff development order request?
They are listed as conditions that they would have to provide that information to staff
Correct.
prior to issuance of the construction permit, which is the
Understood.
result of the final engineering approval.
So the end result, is it the same as a borrow permit or similar thereof, or is it absolutely not even remotely close to it?
It should be similar, if not more it's restricted in some places, but Public Works could probably speak more to that because those conditions came directly from them.
Mr. Dredge, do you want to speak to that?
And Mr. Dredge, please stay close, because probably there'll be other questions. I want everybody close so we're not having to.
For the record, John Dredge, Public Works Director. Yes, very much the condition of the borrow pits, they are incorporated in those DO and will be reviewed during the final site plan approval.
So,
Say it again, Mr. Dredge, slower.
Final site plan.
He says it'll be done in the final site plan.
so that we're clear, I want to make sure we're clear for the record, whether it's a platted subdivision that's doing this removal of dirt, or a borrow permit, it has the same requirements in it?
Yes.
Currently, or when the DO, or when the final engineering comes in? And the permits to be pulled?
Final engineering is approved.
So,
Final engineering is approved. Okay.
so the only thing omitted in the whole process would be a public hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
May I ask clarification on that? Because I thought I heard tonight that a St. John's permit was required prior to the issuance of a borrow permit.
No, St. John permit will be required on that project prior to set up pre-construction meeting. So they cannot start construction before they get St. John Water Management.
Okay.
And I might be able to clarify. It's more of a sequencing issue here.
Right.
There are things with a borrow permit application that would be given in advance, that would be provided in advance of the borrow pit, because they're doing the final engineering for the borrow pit. Because they're doing the final engineering for the subdivision, those come along with the permitting, and everything else comes before the approval of the final engineering plans for the subdivision.
Right, but the question was, how is this different? And I think that sequencing is one of the things that is different.
Right. Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay, so while the criteria may still be necessary, it's the timing of,
It's the order.
it's the order, and I think that's some of the heartburn.
It's not just the order, it's also the transparency.
Right.
Agreed.
That comes along with it, absolutely.
Okay.
So,
Anybody have further questions of Mr. Dredge right now? Please stay near, Mr. Dredge.
I don't. And if I could go to Mr. Bear? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please do.
Is that okay?
You have the floor.
Mr. Bear, so in your presentation, you went on a great deal about should be a borrow permit pulled, should be a public hearing happening, should be all these things happening. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're speaking on behalf of the Geneva Citizens Association?
Correct, as a member and part of the team presenting the appeal.
Sure, understood. So if I followed your presentation, and I guess this is a very direct question, knowing what we just heard from staff, is it my understanding you're okay with the concept of the development with a ski lake, regardless of whether you think it's long enough for somebody to ski on? I'll give you my opinions and research on that, but your real heartburn is there was no public hearing for a borough permit.
Well,
Is that it, or?
That is a part of Chapter 65. I don't agree that everything within Chapter 65 has or will be done. You know, we have claims that these things will be done in the future. They're not in the development.
No, I understand. That's not my question.
What's being appealed is a development order.
No, that's not my question. My question is, all other things considered, or is your organization okay with the development as a ski lake as proposed, with the exception of that there was not a borough permit pulled?
Nancy, please. We're letting Mr.
He's asking the wrong person the question.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Whoever.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you can come up with him if you might wish.
If you want to clarify my answer, I think that's okay.
No, that's fine. I was just, I
So-
thought I heard you give the presentation about that, so that's why I was asked.
All three of us gave a presentation
Sure.
on the topic, right? So as presented, this development is not okay,
Okay?
according to the Geneva Citizens Association and lots of citizens, because it doesn't comply with multiple sections of the code.
Okay.
Why?
I'm good.
Yeah, I mean-
I understand.
Okay.
That's all I needed to have.
Well-
In interest of saving everybody time, I'm not being rude, trying to cut you short. I just wanted to clarify that in my mind, and you've just done that for me, so I'm good.
Okay. If it didn't have the pit, then we wouldn't have an objection to
Okay.
it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Commissioner Herr?
Okay, so
Okay, you're still going, sorry.
I now have a question for the applicant's attorney. So,
Yes, Commissioner.
Mr. Barfield, earlier, you spoke to some conditions that staff gave us, potential additional development order conditions. And you spoke about your client is okay with pretty much all of that, with the exception of
Item number 3.
item number 3.
That's correct.
And then yet, your concern was, and I fully follow that train of thought, Mother Nature being what it is. I mean,
Exactly.
trust me, I got people in my district calling me and telling me they've never had water as high as it is today, and they've lived there 30 years.
Exactly.
But evidence shows that 60 years ago, it was as high as it is today. I get it. But yet, your engineer says that the bigger concern is going to be too much water. So my question ultimately is, what is the heartburn with number 3 if your engineer's concern is the water level is going to be too abundant and going to have a weir in place to control that, notwithstanding some environmental event in the cyclical nature of the water going up and down?
Well, I guess my response to that, Commissioner, is we're providing 2 bonds already. The bond, in order to get a bond, not only is there a premium you have to pay, which is not a significant issue, but you also have to pledge collateral for those costs to the bonding company in either the form of property or cash. So it is increasing a development cost. I understand that that's not the commission's concern, but from a practical situation, let's look at what the bond would cover. They're asking for a bond to cover, to make sure that the ski lake functions. We have engineering science that will tell us that it does. We are agreeable to paying for the county's oversight engineer to confirm that. So my point is let's assume for a moment that there is a drought. Don't know if it's going to happen. It could.
Correct.
Let's say there's a 1-year drought at some point in time. The water level falls from 10 feet down to 4 feet. You can't ski on the lake. Well, what's the solution for the bond? The only solution for the bond is to get more water in the lake. Well, in order to get more water in the lake, you have to punch a well. You have to supplement the water. You're not going to pull it out of your put hoses in there and open your
Of course.
your faucet. You're going to
Sure.
have to punch a well to supplement the pond, which is a long-term impact
Sure.
to deeper groundwater. Or the other alternative, which I'm sure the commission, staff, everybody here does not want to happen. The other alternative is to dig the well deeper. We all know nobody wants that either. So, or I'm sorry, not the well, but dig the pond deeper. We all know nobody wants that as well. So my point is, it's not a workable solution to a problem that probably is never going to exist based upon engineering science.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we're giving latitude.
I think I have concluded my questions for now,
thank
but
you.
I will listen closely to my fellow commissioners' inquiries.
Commissioner Lockhart had her hand raised.
No, I think Commissioner Herr was
No,
next.
go ahead.
No, okay. Just to follow up on your last question, if there's no rationale really for that third bond, could the staff who recommended that explain why they proposed it? Do we have,
And if I could piggyback on that, is there an adjustment possibility to that based
well,
on?
I don't know. I'm hearing one person say, we think it's not reasonable, so I'm just wondering why did, why?
The intent of the bond was to address any engineering defects that might manifest in a 5-year. We picked 5 years. It's a longer than normal bond period because there were some concerns that perhaps some engineering defects might demonstrate down the road. So we wanted to give it a little bit more time to make sure that it functioned as a lake. Functioning as a lake means rising and falling as well with water level fluctuations that are normal. But making sure that there wasn't an engineering defect as a reason to why it wasn't functioning as a lake. It wasn't intended to penalize anybody for normal water fluctuations, just like any other lake would face. But the concern was because they're engineering this lake, we wanted to make sure there was sufficient time to ensure that there weren't any engineering defects.
Okay.
Okay, so
I got a follow-up question on
So I'm hearing normal fluctuation is what I'm hearing as compared to a drought 1 year versus, an engineering defect is what we're trying to prevent.
All right.
I got it. Okay.
Commissioner DeLorean, are you finished, Commissioner?
No, I have quite a few more questions, but if you want to tag on to
I want to
this.
tag on to that particular issue.
Okay.
Tag away.
Commissioner DeLorean.
County manager, you have 5 years and 75%. Where'd you guys come up with those percentages and that number?
The thinking on the number of the homeowners was that if you have a significant number of folks that have invested in custom homes in this subdivision, they would take responsibility for ensuring that the lake was functioning adequately and protecting their own investment. So if in 5 years it wasn't fully developed out, we wanted to ensure that there was an entity, being the homeowners, that was going to take responsibility for that.
Okay.
Back to Commissioner Lockhart.
Okay. I had an opportunity to listen to the recording from the DRC meeting when this was presented some time ago, and it seemed to me that there was debate early on about what this constituted. Was it a borrow pit? Was it a lake? Was it, how are we going to handle this? I think even the applicant indicated from the very beginning that, in fact, it was the applicant, I believe, who posed the question, so how are we going to handle this? Is this good? And who determines it? And so I think from the very beginning, there was even question about how to move forward with this, because it is unique, it is unusual. This is not something, we don't get applications like this all the time. And so I understand why there was questions about it. So how did we make the determination? I understand that the Public Works Director and the manager of Development Review was supposed to be the ones. Can someone walk me through from staff's perspective how the decision was made to handle this clearly there was enough of a concern on the part of staff to include a lot of the elements of a borrow pit in the development order. So we don't totally think that this is a normal subdivision application, or we wouldn't have tacked all of these things on there. So can you just walk me through the rationale?
Yes, I can. We had a lot of discussion before we did staff, between the staff, myself, Bill White, and the staff from the development review about what is the best way and what is the understanding of the code. Back and forth, and also to see if we can make sure if we follow in the code, we can have some type safeguard to make sure we address the issue and all the requirement listed under the permit, the borough pit, also at the same time complying with the code, what it say, it is, if it's done with the plat, it does not require the permit.
So staff opted to go with the route that would not require the public process.
Right.
And I understand there was rationale for why.
Right.
I mean, I understand, I read the public records
Yes.
responses, so I saw some of the email back and forth about it. But I'm just wondering if we think that there is a possibility that this thing could go either way, I'm just wondering why
Why didn't you do it?
we decided to go with the one that was the, yeah.
Well, I don't think that staff decided to go with the one that was most controversial, so let's be
Well, it
clear.
became
And I
the most-
heard that on the
I don't think they
record.
did that on purpose.
No.
Hopefully
No.
not.
I didn't mean it that way, but it did end up that way.
The board created an exception. The board that established this code created an exception with respect to platted subdivisions. And so there was an intention to provide an exception with respect to that. So I think at the end of the day, that's where staff landed, was there's a reason there's an exception in these provisions for excavation.
Right. And I guess it all ties back into that same question that I have of when that code and that board at that time created that exception, did they contemplate something of this enormity? That's kind of one of my questions there. The issue of, Mr. Chipok, we talked about, I'm sorry, Mr. John Dresch, it's late. I'm going to forget people's names, and I'm so sorry. Back to the county attorney. When we're talking about the process for the remedy for citizens, that they have the ability to appeal this development order or any development order. There was a process for them, correct? So it existed.
Correct. That's
So
why
some-
we're in this hearing this evening.
Okay, so, right. So somewhere along the line, someone contemplated that there might be something that staff would determine to be appropriate, maybe even the attorney would consider to be consistent and appropriate, and yet they would still have the ability to appeal.
Yes, in the code, there's provision that any, under Chapter 20, which is development orders, and it provides that the administrative development orders issued by staff are appealable to the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, so could you tell me from a legal perspective what criteria this board is under in order to consider that appeal? What would be the legal basis for this board to grant the appeal, to overturn the development order?
In my opinion, staff is obligated to apply the regulations as they are written, okay? In certain circumstances, the regulations may have unintended consequences, but again, staff is obligated to follow the laws as they are written. In certain circumstances, That's why there's the appeal right, and the Board of County Commissioners looks at the broader policy issues rather than the strict application of the law.
So this board has what's within its purview to look at the broader policy issues, to contemplate this. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. I heard earlier from from Mr. Barfield that we basically were bound to follow the letter of what was presented to us tonight, but I don't understand why, if we're bound to that, we're here. So I'm asking what basis we would have, or what legal authority we would have.
It's a delicate balancing test to see if there is a broader policy application, and your decision has to be based on competent substantial evidence, and it cannot be arbitrary. So if there are policies that, in the comprehensive plan, that you can cite to, or applications of the code that are perhaps different than staff has interpreted them, I think that is within your purview to address and direct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 11 o'clock. We've been here 5 hours nearly on this. We have another one after this, potentially. We've been here since 9:30 this morning. We've asked a lot of questions. I just want to make sure that we're asking new questions now. I think, Commissioner Lockhart, you really got to the point on that one there. And all of you we've all, tried to ask impertinent questions. I said pertinent, not impertinent. Pertinent questions. So we're at this point. Is there, I just wanted you to know that we're still in the public hearing, during that time, the break, one of the appellants said that they had not finished what they wanted to say. So I'm going to ask a question, and he promises 90 seconds. Mr. Creedon, what did you want to say? That's my question. Get up here, please, now. Don't be shy. I want you to finish here, because I want to move this meeting along.
Mr. Chairman, I had little more extensive comments to make, but I'm just going to go to an emotional appeal that was going to be at the end of my statement, and I would just leave it at that. We'd like to close by paraphrasing a woe-filled bluegrass song that speaks of the desolation caused by strip mining in the hills of Kentucky. The song is called Paradise. It's paraphrased. Oh, Daddy, please take me back to Seminole County, down by the St. Johns River where paradise lays. Well, I'm sorry, my son, you're too late in asking. Mr. Jaffer's dump trucks done hauled it away. Please don't let that happen to Seminole County. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just the full sake of fairness, Mr. Barfield, do you have any last statement that you wanted to make? In peril of whether you get up here or not, But do you have anything to say? Yeah, I need you to get to, if you're going to say something, I need you to get there.
I'm going to say something real short.
Imagine that.
The answer to the question is no. However, I just wanted to point out that what we've done is consistent with the statute. Staff has acknowledged that. Mr. Chipok has acknowledged that. And I understand that we all may have, or some people may have, other ideas of what the statute should be or should say, but that's not what we're here today for. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Barfield. Okay, we've got, is there a question?
Well, I know you want to hurry this along.
No,
but
I
this
wanted
is-
to get that done.
All right.
Now, back to questions.
All right, because, we've listened to a lot of input, and I think this is our only opportunity
Right.
that we have to talk this through and to ask
Right. questions
and all hear each other's thoughts. And so, first of all, I want to say, there were several comments that were made tonight that had to do with, and Mr. Creedon's last little comment regarding the developer. I am not opposed to people making money. This world works because people are in business to make money and put food on their table, and we all have, hopefully, enjoy capitalism. So please understand that, my comments or my questions are certainly not because I believe that there's something wrong with someone wanting to make a living and within the bounds of the law. And so I'm going to say that because I think there were some comments that were made that I just wanted to address that. The lens is absolutely critical. In fact, it was Mr. Creedon who first introduced the lens to me many, many, many years ago when I was a staffer here, and he handed me a very horrible photocopy of the Geneva lens study. I think it was maybe even a mimeograph. For those of you who remember mimeographs, they smell, they were the purple. Anyway. And so I know enough to understand how important and critical this particular piece of geography is in our county. So this is not just a regular, in my mind, not only is this not just a regular situation of a development, this is also an enormous proposed lake in one of the most critical, fragile parts of our county when it comes to fresh drinking water. So I do think that this, and again, I know you weren't trying to rush all of us along, but this is just unbelievably important, especially since the citizens already feel that they have been somewhat disenfranchised from the process. So here's my question. Since it appears to me that we have sort of a hybridized application, and we don't have a process that would meet, you have to pick one or the other. It's either you're part of a subdivision site plan process or you're a borrow pit, and we have this marriage of these two. Does the board have it within our purview to change some of the ordering and the sequencing to create a development order and a process that would address this very unique application that doesn't completely fit into either category?
Mr. Chipoff, take your mask off if you're going to answer.
Well, let me start by first saying, prospectively, beyond this situation, yes, you definitely have that authority, okay? By directing staff to address the situation with new legislation to avoid this type of gap again. In the present situation, you have the initial development order, and then you have these supplemental conditions that staff prepared to incorporate the unknowns and the concerns, or attempted to address the concerns that were raised in the two applications for the unknowns. Again, a sequencing issue where if it was a true borough pit permit, these would have been addressed prior to the subdivision questions. But since they are merged into the subdivision at this point in time, the concerns and issues raised in Chapter 65 are attempted to be addressed through the supplemental conditions.
Can I ask the question this way?
Commissioner
Yeah, I think you know what I'm trying to ask,
Yeah.
maybe.
Maybe not.
I don't know, who knows?
So, Mr. Chipak, you have a subdivision DO, you have additional conditions. The applicant clearly said that they're not willing to meet item number 3. Staff's the one that presented it. If they're not willing to meet item number 3, can we not move forward? Because it's what staff suggested?
Again, that's
Deny
only,
it because of that, if you're saying that.
it's staff's suggestion.
Not my suggestion, staff's suggestion.
Right, but whether the board imposes those conditions, again, is within the board's discretion or not.
I understand that, but so if the board was willing to adopt those conditions and the applicant said they're not willing to meet number 3, then why go through this and have all the engineering done and we're still not going to meet it, just not move forward?
So I can answer that in a couple of alternatives. One is you can adopt it with all of the conditions, and the applicant would have the right to appeal your decision, although it would be unusual that he would appeal an approval decision that was
He
granted to him.
said he has issue with it, so why would I move forward?
He would appeal it to say this condition is unreasonable in his mind and try to take it to court to remove that condition. Or you could just approve it without that condition, or just deny the whole process and deny the existing DO.
So, but if staff could add suggest conditions to the development order, and there are modifications that could be made to the development order, you're saying that this board cannot make modifications and suggestions of sequencing in the development order?
If that's that's within your discretion.
It is.
Yes.
So to that point, and maybe this helps, and again, I know it's getting late, and I'm not looking to take Commissioner Lockhart's time.
No,
But I think we can all agree, none of us like what's this process and how we've gotten here. I think we all agree with that. I think the ultimate question is, we're here. Those are the rules of the game that were in place. We don't like that. I think we've heard that was what the previous board put in place. That's why staff followed those guidelines. It sounds like staff tried to put as much oversight related to a borrow permit and those kind of activities in there, except it was not a public process. So at the end of the day, to your question, your point, I think it's a question for the developer, whether they would be willing to change the sequencing. I mean, it sounds like they've gotten quite a bit of engineering done by Mr. Devo already, and it sounds like there's more out there already at St. John's. So I think the question is, if I'm hearing you right, if Commissioner Lockhart's question was, could we require the process of having the St. John's permit before moving forward as a condition, that's at our discretion, is that correct?
Yes, that would be.
Can I, let me.
Just wanted to make sure, was that
Thank
sort of
you.
what you were?
Yes,
yeah, okay.
absolutely.
And
I'm out of
just-
time.
And Commissioner, I don't want to circumvent this either, but I've been listening intently to all of you. And the fact of the matter is that this was written in 1992.
Right.
This was prior to the rural boundary. I read this and I think that, Mr. Chipoff, is interpreting it as, he feels is correct, but as we all know, we've all dealt with lawyers before, there's numerous ways to interpret different things. And I heard some other commissioners talking about the importance of and I agree, of the Geneva lens, the importance of the rural boundary, that no one could contemplate this. And just to be clear, whatever happens here tonight, I'm going to be one, and I hope the others will agree with me, that we got to plug this up, that it never happens again.
I think we've vetted that out pretty good.
We're not going to have a 10,000 burrow pits,
Right.
okay? Whatever happens now. But I am looking at this and saying, and I keep looking at 65.4 and reading, and it says specifically, that the requirement made it clear that the authors very much wanted to make sure that the burrow pit, and I'm sorry, you can call it any other thing you want to, it's a burrow pit, okay? That a burrow pit didn't get approved unless everyone knew about its characteristics, and that it was only approved by the commissioners following the input from the public. For example, prior to after receipt of a burrow pit application, public notice must be approved prior to any proceedings in Chapter 65.4. And at the beginning and along with the application, the applicant requires to disclose a host of information so that it can be considered by the public and the commissioners, such as, and I look at number 7, and it says, a copy of the St. John's River Water Management District permit or letter of exemption shall be submitted prior to the scheduling of the public hearing. That's so clear to me.
Oh, I don't think anybody debates that. I agree.
Yeah, I
completely.
mean, there can be interpretations, but the fact of the matter is, we are where we are, and Mr. Chipoff said that we have within our purview to make requirements. And frankly, I'm not in a position right now that I can approve this the way we have it in front of us today.
So are we out of the question asking now? We're going to board discussion?
No,
Wanna make sure.
I'm just sorry, I had been quiet for a long time.
No, I understand. I just wanna make sure
I had to look
where
at
we
that
were
and
at.
say.
We're getting late.
What I was
I
saying.
understand
Yeah,
that.
because
So-
you were ready to say something.
No, if we're in a conversation point, again, I think we all agree, this is a hole that needs plugged. ASAP, like tomorrow. Now, from a more practical standpoint, as many of you have heard me say, I'm all about the rules of the game. I'm not an advocate of somebody starting out with a process and changing the rules of the game once the game has begun. So from a core value standpoint, what bothers me about this is, and I understand the appeal process, and that's great, and I'm glad we have an appeal process to do this, but we have an applicant who has, in good faith, come forward, gone through the process, met with our staff has interpreted the code, followed the code. We have case law from Mr. Chipock and the rest of the legal staff that gives us interpretation of what the code means in the language based on case law. No more than, I think anybody in this room would be happy if you were told you can do A, B, and C, and then when you get to B.5, somebody says, well, you can't get to C because now you got to do X. That's a problem for me, from a core value standpoint, no different than a process of appeal. If we would have told these people, here's your appeal, this is the way you go, and then yesterday we called up everybody and said, wait a minute, we're going to change something on you. That would not be fair to them as well. So that's just me from a core value standpoint, so the rest of my commissioners know where I stand on that subject. I agree it's a problem. It would be very nice if the applicant would agree perhaps to have some conversation about maybe what happens to moving forward.
But we, just to be clear, though, we can put conditions.
Correct. Oh, understood.
Any conditions that we feel that are important for, the bigger picture of, what we're here and what we're here about is to, protect the community in this town. Okay. We are getting through debate. Do we have any other questions of anyone else so I can close the public hearing? If not, I will keep it open. Anybody else have any other questions? So we can have the debate that, or not debate,
Mr. Chairman, the only
discussion
question
that
I would
Commissioner
have
Zimbauer and I started.
The only question I would have would be the county staff is that if, and I agree with you, I think I have issues with this as well, but I'm concerned about the surrounding wells of people using for bottled water. How do you protect those and how do you monitor those? Does anyone want to address that?
I think we have that problem on a lot of different developments, not just this one.
I understand that, but this
one,
is,
of course,
We don't want to create another one, though.
No, I understood.
This is pretty significant.
Yeah,
This is
I understand.
huge.
Well, I'm going to make a comment, and I'm afraid that making this comment is going to confuse things even further, but I think it's important for everybody to recognize that if for some reason you move forward tonight and you uphold the development order with or without conditions, whatever you decide to do, whatever conditions you put on that, they still have to get through final engineering review with staff. So if you allow this to continue forward, there's still another hurdle And one of those issues is the geotechnical report and having a third-party review. That's something that staff feels very strongly about. And that may be where the well issue comes in, is if we look at the geotechnical report and having a third party look at
But I
that.
think it needs to be done in the public, that's my problem.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I want to make sure everybody knows that regardless of what you do tonight, staff has to review it again. So you can put conditions on it, they still might not get through it at the end of the day. after
Commissioner.
The staff's review.
Commissioner Hurd.
So I'm going to move away from the question of sequencing and move into the question of conditions. And can we put conditions in there that would require the next steps to be part of a public process? Because that's what was skipped here. And I think that's at the core of what just doesn't sit right. Right? Just doesn't sit right.
That's my issue.
And so now we're faced with, and please correct me if I'm wrong, we're faced with, we uphold the development order, or we grant the appeal and end up in court. That's what I'm hearing. I could be wrong, so I'd like perspective on that. You've been very clear about using the word prospective at least 7 times.
Yes.
And so I heard you. So that's a yes or no. Do I understand it correctly?
As far as the next steps and coming back to this board in a public forum, the question I have for the board is, in your collective mind, is it coming back to you for assurance that it's meeting the technical standards that we've put in? Or are you looking for a on-off switch where you can say, yes, we like the idea of this project, or no, we don't like the idea of this project? If that's what you're looking for, you need to vote it up or down tonight and make a final decision.
I would concur with that.
Understood. I do understand that. That still didn't answer my question. So let's presume it's not that we just dislike it. It's to make sure that play it out both ways. The answer to we dislike it is a no, don't do that, vote it down today, and we end up in court. But let's play it the other way. Could we do that?
To have it come back, but again, at this point in time, if you're giving the green light today, so to speak, and have it move forward, the conditions in here that are in here are all technical compliance conditions. And if the applicant is meeting those technical compliance conditions, they should be allowed to move forward once they meet each threshold. There shouldn't be from this point forward, there shouldn't be a discretionary review further on down the line.
Yeah, I think what I'm...
Commissioner, if I can, I just want to make sure that, we always we should never be guided by whether or not we're going to be put into court.
I'm just asking the question.
I mean, the fact of the matter is, that's not our job as to whether or not, our job is to make sure that we are protecting the resource that is this county.
I understand, but I just wanted an answer to the
Yeah.
question.
No, I know you know that. I wanted to make it clear that we're not deciding this, we're going to be in court, so we better approve it or not approve it.
Right, I concur with what Mr. Chapak said about if you put conditions on there that are technical, that they have to meet, then what's the point of coming back before this board? Because you've already told them, you got to meet these criteria and these thresholds, which is being done in the public realm right now, and they either meet them or they don't.
May I just, and I don't know if this
No,
helps.
please go ahead.
If this helps at all, somewhat, I don't know if this completely answers your question, Commissioner Hurd, but on page 756 of the agenda are the 4 different options of choices of motions for this evening.
56?
756 is what's on mine. So it's up, down, or a revised and restated. or
Or
continue.
continue, time and date certain.
And that my concern with the revised and restated, quite honestly, is we get into kind of like building the plane while we're flying it up here on the dais, and that gets to be kind of tedious. But it is an option that's available to us, but it's dicey. The public participation, I think, I understand that if the conditions that we were to place tonight, any additional conditions were to be technical in nature, then, why would it have to come back to us? And I think even a pure borrow pit permit would essentially be technical in nature, and that's required to come to the board. And I think it really goes back to the transparency issue that we are struggling with as an organization with maintaining credibility with our citizens. And so, and please forgive me if I'm not using the right language at this stage of the game, because I may not be choosing my words as carefully as I should be. But I think at this point in time in our relationship with our community, it is incumbent upon us as a board to go above and beyond what might be ordinarily required of us in terms of transparency. I think we're at that point as a board that what may have typically been okay to do at a staff level or at a technical review level, I think we may be in a situation right now as an organization we've got to go an extra step.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, we had that conversation earlier today.
Right.
I mean, I don't disagree. We all have agreed, and we've charged staff with beginning the upgrade of the code and review of the code and all that a year and a half ago, and they've been going through it with Canaan and giving us ideas. It's not completely worked through yet, but I think we've taken at least the first step. And obviously, it can't happen fast enough, but on these kind of matters, these are some that I think you need to accelerate.
Members, can I at least, do we have any other questions, the staff or the applicant or the appellant?
I think Mr. Chipak, I thought, was going to say something else. Maybe
Again,
not.
I just wanted to kind of circle this back around to the beginning. This is an appeal under 20.12, and it's an appeal of the administrative development order. In accordance with 20.12, the appeal is to be based on what the petitioner or what the appellant has put in his petition, and those are the items you're supposed to consider. The specific requested relief by the Geneva Citizens Association was to, 1, revoke the development order, and 2, make the Geneva Ski Lake project resubmit consistent with the documents stated in their appeal document. So that's what's on the table from the Geneva Citizens Association, what they've requested the action be. Okay, I just kind of wanted to set that.
Thank you, Mr. Chipak.
In your stage.
Yeah, appreciate it. Okay.
Clearly.
With that, and with no objection, we're going to close the public hearing.
Okay.
Public hearing is closed. This is Commissioner Zimbauer's district. Commissioner Zimbauer, you have the floor.
We've had a lot of discussion tonight, and I think we all have heartburn and concerns over how we've gotten here, and I don't think any of us believed or perceived this code. This just shines the lights on yet another area of our code that is antiquated, outdated, arguably inappropriate, et cetera, et cetera. But then I'm conflicted from my core principles, which are, when you tell someone these are the rules of the game, this is the way the game's played, and then you change the rules of that game halfway through, bothers me immensely. But then I hear testimony of, we did this, we did that, maybe we did some things, we've heard, testimony on items that are in conflict. But yet again, that's what I'm hearing from Mr. Chipak, not what the appeal process is about tonight. We got into a lot of things that were not about the appeal process. So I'm going to make a motion only for the purpose at this point of further discussion and trying to move the ball down the court so we can get on with the process tonight. So I'm going to make a motion to uphold the Development Services Director decision, approve the development order for the Geneva Ski Lakes.
Can you speak slower?
I'm sorry. Uphold the Development Services Director's decision to approve the development order for the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision located on the east side of County Road 426.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second? Dies for a lack of second.
Okay.
Other discussion? As a suggestion, because I know we're in a difficult situation right here, we're trying to find an answer. I think what Mr. Chipoff just indicated might be an opportunity in that we uphold the appeal and ask the applicant to start over under the other conditions that we had just discussed, as far as coming back and doing it through the process of public process.
And I'm fine with that as well.
Would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, that's fine, absolutely.
Okay, that's the
Not one of the options that was given, but.
Mr. Chipak, is that what you suggested?
So we are actually, what the motion now is to uphold the appeal and to start the process under the conditions that.
That are outlined in the appeal.
That are outlined in the appeal. Is there a second?
Well, I'm going to second for clarification.
Okay.
If I could.
There is a second. Now we have a motion on the floor. Clarification.
So, okay. So when I look at this agenda item, I'm under the impression that I've got 4 choices tonight of
That's what I
motions to make, right? And then I just heard from the attorney that really what's before us on this particular appeal is to grant their appeal and overturn clean, or make them, or grant the appeal and have them come back through another process. So,
Correct.
but that isn't on here.
That's not, of course it's not.
We don't always have to have things
No,
on there.
that's
We
right.
have our
I know.
discretion.
That's why I made the original motion to get the conversation started, because these are the only choices we were given.
But I just want to make sure that legally the motion is appropriate.
Again, option number 2.
Please take your mask
motion-
off,
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
Chipoff.
If you look at motion number 2 on page 756, it's overturn the Development Services Director decision to approve the development order for the Geneva Lake subdivision. Okay? That's the equivalent of revoke the DO.
And they always have the right to come back and start
Right.
the process
Well, that's-
over in a different
Yeah,
situation.
that's true from a technical, yeah.
Okay,
Correct,
so we
okay.
have a motion, we have a second, we've had the clarification. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All in favor of the
Well,
motion?
Do you want the motion properly stated?
If you'd like to do it
I
again,
think it's going to
certainly.
have to be.
Okay.
Hereby move the motion to overturn the Development Services Director decision to approve the development order for the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision located on the east side of County Road 426.
Second.
Okay, say that again, please, because you did go fast, and I'm looking at the...
Motion to overturn the
Okay.
Development Services Director's decision to approve the development order for the Geneva Ski Lake subdivision located on the east side of County Road 426.
Got it. And there is a second. Is there any discussion?
Which I want to make sure we're clear, that accomplishes, if I followed Mr. Chipak properly, that accomplishes what the relief request has been.
Correct.
Good, okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? It passes unanimously. Okay, we still have some work to do, folks. I'm going to ask this directly to Ms. Shaddix. Ms. Shaddix, I think that's what you wanted to happen. Are you willing to can we move on and just not go to your appeal?
Yes, if you refund my $1,000.
Well, let me get to that, okay?
Well, hey, wait a minute, okay.
Okay, what I was...
I was going to address that.
Yeah, well, if I can, from the chair, I was just going to simply say, I think that the Geneva Citizens Association has brought to us a very important issue, and Ms. Shaddix has also, also brought an appeal. I think it would be appropriate if we do two more things here tonight. Number one, that we ask immediately for the staff to start, as Commissioner Zimbauer and I, through what Mr. Chipoff has said, plug the hole, number one. And number two, that we give back the money, refund the money to both of the
I
groups.
was prepared to make the following motion, that I would make a motion and we move to request refund to both entities of their $1,000 appeal. That's your motion.
And the other one is just a consent that we all agree?
Correct.
Okay.
To refund
You heard the
both.
motion,
Second.
and there is a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Is there any further, well, we still have to do it. Is there any comment from the public before we close the meeting? Seeing none. No.
You asked.
I know, I asked. Come on, please. You're going to get your money back, but the more time it goes, we may have to take it back.
We're charging you $1 a minute.
$1 a
now,
minute. I was thinking 100.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we
It's weird, I
can.
can't hear myself. Katrina Shaddix, 1133 Covington Street, Oviedo, Florida, 32765. I do need that $1,000 because I have to buy bear strap money.
Well, we already
Bear straps
gave
for
it
this
back
fund.
to you.
So, I also have a son in college, but thank y'all so much. I love your questions, and thank you to all of the public that showed up. Very grateful, very impressed with how the commission and staff operated tonight. There was 2 points that did not get addressed, and one is the notice, the notice requirements. The 2 people living and having businesses adjacent to the property proposed for Ski Lake development had no idea this was going on. One was the owner of Equestrian Quest, the other was the owner of the veterinary clinic, the animal hospital. I walked the Equestrian Quest property, it's beautiful, and I won't go into how her business will go under. Quality of life obviously decimated with all these dump trucks. So I would humbly suggest that we use 21st century technology to give notices to all the stakeholders, all of the citizens that would be affected. And I know that the county does the minimum state requirements. I think it's state statute 50. But how about using the texting? I will get texts from the county for tornadoes, traffic jams, amber alerts, silver alerts. How about we use the county's texting system to address and to let our citizens know about upzoning and development progress?
Great suggestion, Ms. Shaddix. Let me just tell you what happened earlier today.
Okay.
During my report, but we have all worked on it. We asked the staff what was the status of that notification.
Oh.
They have put together a process which is much more inclusive, which they will bring forth to us, and we will have the opportunity, as will the citizens, to look at a new process for notification for projects and developments, okay?
Would we be able to give input on
And you
that?
just lost $100.
No, I didn't.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
And I understand, Ms. Shaddix, what you're referring to, and we've had that discussion with staff. They've started doing things on Nextdoor and some other things on issues. But I did get emails from Equestrian, so they had to have somehow they found out
I
that
told
something was
them.
on. So they had some notification, and I get it.
Yeah.
Many places in my district, a neighbor is quarter of a mile away, half a mile away, many times. So, we've given staff pretty clear guidance on what our expectations are there in getting a better area based on the area that you're trying to impact. I mean, some areas.
And based on the conditions.
Yes.
And based on the
In
conditions.
some areas of our community, there's literally 150 people, apartments or whatever, within 300 feet. So, yeah, we've given direction there, so.
And we're looking
Those
forward
steps.
to it, and they
If I-
told us it'd be coming soon.
If I could just clarify, the notification that I talked to you about today was notification on county projects, such as sidewalk projects, et cetera.
Right.
That's what's coming out to you this week. Rebecca is working, and her group are working on development notification processes too, but I just want you to know what I told you were going to get this week has to do with county project notification. So,
Okay,
sorry-
we all, I
sorry
think,
about the
misunderstood that.
confusion.
Yes. We did.
I apologize, but we are working on the other notification issue as well. You won't get that this week. Rebecca's still working on that, but I wanted to clarify that.
Because we had an update from Rebecca 2
Right.
meetings ago that where she was at and where she was headed.
Rebecca knows that that's important to us, okay?
Absolutely.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long day, but I'm just proud of all of you.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I had one more.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
$200.
I want to go
Another
home
$100.
as much as y'all do. My second point was, there was so much double talk and confusion and assumptions and insinuations tonight. It shouldn't be this confusing, and it shouldn't take this long for a county commission public hearing to be held. And I've been told that there is a development advisory board where the staff meets with developers. And I think if we did something like what the Central Florida Expressway Authority does, which is appoint an environmental advisory board or committee or group to attend those meetings that staff and developers go to, we could hammer out all of this, and so y'all don't have to be here until 12 midnight. But there's a lot of transparency that can be improved. I know, Bob, you're good on transparency, and maybe you could work on getting an environmental advisory group together at those meetings with the, with what I said. And I just want to say congratulations on the election.
Thank you.
Ms. Sheddix,
I'm done.
that may not be appropriate at that, because that is a just discussion process. But we have had internal discussions, and one of the things we were talking about is transparency and everything, about, just as we have, a business association, that we might have that where the staff feeling comfortable or commissioners might be able to, send that to a group that we would have to establish. It's not established yet, hasn't been agreed to. It's just something that we have had internal discussions about.
Are citizens allowed to attend the Development Advisory Board meetings?
And they are on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
DAB
I heard we
meetings are
weren't
not
allowed.
allowed.
Those are private
DAB is a
entities.
private
That's a
group.
private
Oh, no, okay,
organization.
okay, I thought you were talking about, the DRC, you mean?
No, the DRC is a.
DAB.
The DAB,
Oh, the DAB.
that's a
No,
private
that's a
organization.
private organization.
But county staff meets with them?
We get invited to their meetings.
They invite from time to time. I was
They
invited
invite staff to
sometime
their
last
meetings.
year, but
Okay.
not a whole lot was.
Apologies,
I've
I
only
thought
been
you
to
were
2
talking about the
meetings.
DRC.
Okay, that's all. I'd like to discuss that further, but I'm ready to go home. Thank y'all.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Rebecca.
For the record, Rebecca Hammock, Development Services Director.
Rebecca
Rebecca
Hammond.
Hammock. Just to clarify, we did go out 2,000 feet for notifications for this, and we also posted on Nextdoor, posted the property with 2 placards and advertised in the newspaper. So notices went out to about 125 people.
Okay.
We are changing notification
But we are, yes.
per occasion and event.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for your
Chairman.
patience tonight.
Chairman.
Yeah, no,
We have somebody
please.
in the audience that still wants to make.
Oh, please come up, sir.
Michael Crothers, 180 Peaceville Place. I got a request, just for clarification, as far so we don't have, when we come to these type meetings, the yes, they did, no, they didn't. I own several properties adjacent to it. I have 7 wells total. None of them were ever inspected, even though they said that they did not. They were listed to 120, 150, 180. Those are my properties. On this particular case and any going forward too that deal with water, because that's what mainly we deal with out in Geneva, is that if they are going to have to do water testings or water inspections of any sort, it's signed, certified by the public that this person did come on my property, because my property's gated off all the way around. I know they didn't go on it. Just that they have to get from the owner the approval to come onto the property, and that they have to sign for it, saying that they were there. That way, they can't say, oh, that they did, when they really didn't. Just for clarification.
Thank you. We are starting, as the motion said, the process is starting over in the public's eye. So,
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
please, ma'am, we've been very flexible tonight.
Yeah, you certainly have. And I'll make yours.
You want to be there at Metro Plan tomorrow at 9?
No, it's yours. It's all yours.
But thanks.
Sharon Digby, 2490 Snow Hill Road, Chillicothe, Florida. There were notifications that went out when this first came up. I saw it on Nextdoor. I saw it various places. I called Mr. Zembauer's office, and I spoke to someone that I will not name, because I prefer to think that she was misinformed rather than misinforming. And when I was concerned about this, she said there was plenty of time not to worry at all, that it had to be talked about and then investigated by environmentalists and by engineers, and that there would be a county commissioners meeting on it and everything. So it all comes back to the fact that those of us that were concerned had absolute assurance that it was going to come before you guys first time around.
Well, I appreciate that, and I'll indulge my assistant, my aide in that. I'm not going to sit here and defend her, but she's pretty sharp on these matters, so communication does get mixed up sometimes, but thank you very much for bringing that up, and I'm ready to go home.
Yep, I think we've done good work tonight. Congratulations, and meeting adjourned.
Sorry to keep everybody here.